Yeah.
All righty, welcome to Too Punk to Be a Podcast. A podcast. It's not a podcast. This is our just a bonus audio content for you members of the Punk Hardcore Crossover Crib Facebook group. So my name is Jose. If you didn't already know, no Kenny with me today. He's doing some family stuff, taking the night off. So, but with that, I send him my love and all that good stuff, and hope wish him well. Today I have two very special guests, two very good friends of mine, fellow wrestling fans. So first off, all the way from Buffalo Grove, we have Christian. And
Hey, how's it going, guys?
hey, man, glad to have you, and thank you for chiming in today. It's going to be a lot of fun. And
Yeah, no
st
problem. I'm happy to be here.
thank you, thank you. And then we just lost him, but all the way from Chicago as well. Oh, there he is. So in the same neck of the woods as I am, we have Luis, a very good friend of mine from high school. Hey, Luis, how's it going?
Hey, Jose, thanks for having me here.
No problem, man. Thank you for being here. So it's gonna be a hopefully we'll try not to ramble as long. Today we're doing top 20 favorite tag teams. So this is part two of our last episode that Kenny and I did together. We did our top 20 favorite just singles wrestlers. I might revisit that at some point. I was telling Christian off camera that I might revisit it because my list keeps changing and it just changed. I need to tweak some things a little bit. So for now, we're doing top
Yeah,
20 tag teams. I included stables and factions. You can do that if you have that, by all means. I just mixed them in with my tag teams, but for the most part, it's mostly tag teams. So how we're gonna do it is we're gonna take turns. So I'll have Luis go first, and then Christian, and then myself, and we'll circle around till we get to the end. Cool.
Yeah,
sounds
sounds
good.
good.
All
Yeah,
righty, man.
down
So
down with that.
all righty. So we'll have Luis kick it off with his number 20. So Luis, what's your number 20 favorite tag team in history?
So, my number 20, and I guess I feel like I got to give a little bit of an intro for myself. I started watching wrestling, WWF, of course, in '98 with my uncle. And that's also going to tie in with my number one tag. But, growing up in that era and then into the 2000s, my 20th pick has to be Evolution. Batista, Randy Orton, Ric Flair, Triple H. I mean, I didn't have cable, so I didn't get to watch too much of Raw. But every now and then, my buddy would buy the pay-per-views, and a lot of them ended up on SmackDown at some point or another.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, that John Cena Batista trade. Oh my God, bro!
Woo!
You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Take me
Yeah,
back.
yeah. And I mean, I know Kenny would have loved that because I know he was really big on Rick on that last one.
Oh, Rick is
So
his
I was
all-time
gonna
favorite,
say,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, and I was gonna tell him how I love how him and Triple H really, groomed Randy and Batista into stars. That was like, I think that was why I made them my number 20 because I got to watch that and
Yeah.
they became huge, I mean, Randy's still going, right?
Yeah. One of my
So,
he's in my top five. So
dude,
he's one
I
of my
want to see him face Cody at
yeah.
least one time,
Yeah,
you
he'll
know?
do it. He'll do it. He'll do it. So yeah, great pick. I love
Are we
Evolution.
doing,
Yeah,
thanks. Are we doing honorable mentions, by the way,
yeah,
or
we'll do
no?
them at the end. So if you want to wait to the
Okay,
end, yeah, we'll just go through our 20
sure.
and then I have some honorable mentions too. So I was actually going to mention that.
Awesome.
Yeah, we'll tackle
That's
the
my number
honorable
20.
mentions. Awesome, man. Great pick. I love that pick. Ruthless
Thank
aggression.
you.
Take me back. Christian,
Oh,
you're up
yeah.
next. So if you want to brief a little bit about your history with, I think you're muted, Chris. So there you go. All right, Chris, talk about how you got into wrestling and then give us your number 20.
Yeah, to give you guys a quick rundown and to your viewers out there, I started like in the mid to late 90s when my uncles and my father they were watching WWF. They discovered it back in the late 80s. So because I was born in 92, I just was watching with them. So I got to see like the Bret Harts, the Shawn Michaels, Undertakers,
Yeah.
Mankind, those type of guys. So I got hooked on watching all the wrestling, going to, even to WCW, going back and forth because we also went to WCW because we had like the Mexicans, where they were talking about Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, Juventud, Psychosis,
La
uh,
Parca.
La Parca,
Yeah.
the names goes on. But then they also had the Kevin Nashes, the Scott Halls over there too, doing their thing as well. So just going back and forth. So that's kind of my history. Then again, Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression, and then kind of on and off in the late 2000s. Then I was kind of gone for end of '08, and then kind of took a peek back in 2014. So there was like that big gap when I'm like, well, I didn't think I was not going to watch any more wrestling. Like, it
Right.
happened, and then just coming back, and then I got to meet some wrestlers at the Indies, and then not to keep going on a tangent, but
No,
I've
you're
been kind of
fine.
like watching whenever I can in today's time. So, and then just to get back on topic, I do want to put number 20 for Crime Time.
Oh,
Uh, after kind of like the late Ruthless Aggression going into that new era of '07, '08,
the PG era.
where at least these guys, yeah, with these guys, they embrace kind of that stereotypical African American uh gangster mentality.
Yeah.
It's hard to say gimmick because you can tell these guys walk the streets like the way they did, and that's how they walked into the arenas when they
Oh yeah.
wrestled, whenever they cut the promos. So you had that sense that these guys were real in their own way. So this is kind of like a very authentic iteration to how they were trying to have that blend of being these real hood guys, but at the same time they be at least entertaining and be camera friendly at the same time. And
Oh yeah.
that's a heavy task on its own because
Yes.
I'm going to mention another tag team that we've had a hard time doing that later on, but at least Crime Time, like they're memorable in their own way just because on how well they're able to be fun in the ring as well as trying to hold on to that very straightforward again stereotypical mindset people have on like how African Americans with the wife beaters, the jeans,
Right.
do rags, bandanas, whatever that imagery clothing they wore, like it was right there, and these guys were not shy to go full throttle with it.
Oh
So
yeah, they were
number
about
20.
that life. You can tell. That's a good pick. I actually don't have them on my list, but there are my honorable mentions. So Crime Time is an awesome pick. It's an awesome pick. So
Yeah.
long story short, I got into wrestling through WrestleMania 12. That was my first actual WrestleMania that I saw on TV. I remember it correctly, vividly. I mean, the classic matches, you had Taker and Diesel, Kevin Nash for those of you who are awfully young. You had Ultimate Warrior returning. You had the classic 60-minute Iron Man match, Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart, two of my top tens of all time. That was classic. And then you fast forward a year later, I actually went to WrestleMania 13. This was March of 97. It was at the Rosemont Horizon, aka the Allstate Arena, for those of you who don't live in the state of Illinois. Classic as it gets. And then you fast forward to the Attitude Era. I got heavily into that. Austin and The Rock are my two favorites. Basically 1A and 1B. If you haven't listened to our previous episode, please check it out. And then Ruthless Aggression, that's kind of where I ended. I caught a lot of the Ruthless Aggression era towards the tail end, prior to the PG area kicking off. But I still tuned in every now and then, like you said, Christian and Luis, because of Randy Orton. I remember Randy just tearing shit up. Randy Cena rivalry was always, you're either Randy Orton or Cena or John Cena. I'm mostly a Randy Orton fan, but I do love Dr. Thuganomics era Cena, so there's that. And then recently I just started watching again, and yeah, I really dig what Triple H is doing with the company now that Vince is gone. He seems to be treating his workers well, so kudos to him for that. But anyway, I'm gonna take you back to the Ruthless Aggression era. Kind of a zesty pick for my number 20. My number 20 is gonna be Billy and Chuck. Billy Gunn and Chuck Palumbo. Man, these guys were around for a year, if I can remember correctly. And it's such a weird gimmick. Only pulled off in that era. Because you can't do that shit today. You just can't. With the way things are set up now, the way the world works, a billion Chuck gimmick would not work today. It's definitely a product of its time. The classic wedding vignette towards the end with Rico trying to get him to marry by force, and then Eric Bischoff disguising himself as the priest is classic. They were just underrated. But the way they were able to pull that gimmick off and commit to it 100% just says a lot. And it's one of the most underrated teams from the Ruthless Aggression era. So that's my number 20. That's Billy and Chuck.
Yeah, like those guys you mentioned, Billy Gunn, to be more precise. It's just so weird how after like D-Generation X, that staple was on top. And that's where that was kind of like a weird time frame, like after 2000s, where Triple H's buddies, that's where they started like slowly getting phased out by WWE, either
Yeah.
because of, you could say, rather been like internal emotions from the guys, could be just creative decisions. It could just be like where they thought they were going to be in the future. And it was one of those gimmicks where when Billy had to kind of change that, you could kind of tell that WWE either had nothing for him, or it's just they try sticking something with him and hope for the best. And not long after that run, that's when he went to TNA. So
Yeah.
that was kind of like fun for what it was, but you knew that was kind of it. Like,
Yeah. The Voodoo Kin Mafia was a fun time for sure. I remember that too well. For
and
sure.
I'm pretty sure that he enjoyed his time in TNA. Just at least give him something different, because obviously WWE was not giving him the direction that was going to appease him and for viewers to want to engage in that new reshape for him.
Right, because people were coming in and John Cena was on the rise. He became what he became. So he became the face of the company. And then Randy Orton was coming up the ranks. And then you had Batista had a great 3-year run. And then just a bunch of new talent that there was no more room for these guys, unfortunately, like you said.
Yeah,
But
so many guys were like that too. So
yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Luis, Luis, take us to your number 19.
Yeah, no, that's solid picks. I love that Billy and Chuck pick, definitely. Um, and that's some awesome TNA history there, Christian. I'm a big TNA guy myself. I
Same
I,
here.
I love all the wrestling. I am, and my list is going to show you that. As
Yeah.
for my next one, um, I like I said, I started in '98. I went through the ruthless aggression era. Unfortunately, after I lost my two favorite guys of Chris Benoit, Eddie, and everything, I kind of stopped watching. And then my buddy in college got me back in just in time for the CM Punk stuff. I was actually at Money in the Bank. Um, but after that, I want to say right before he left, when Daniel Bryan got big at Mania, I wasn't watching. My brother got me back in 2016, just in time for my number 19 pick. One of my favorite tag teams in that era, Breezango,
Oh,
Tyler
wow.
Breeze, Fandango. Oh my God, I loved it. The Fashion Police, all their gimmicks. I was at the SmackDown when Jinder won the title at this SmackDown. Okay, that's how everybody remembers it. But I always remember because I love the tag division. I'm kind of biased. I love the cruiserweight division. I love the tag division. I feel like the heavyweight division speaks for itself, right?
Right.
So with Breezango, they came out as janitors at that show. It was great. They had the mops and the rolling yellow, water holder. Oh, it was great. But yeah, I really enjoyed their gimmick, and I always wanted them to get a little bit more of a push. But I think they did the best of what they got.
Total sleeper pick. I
So
love that pick. Not on my list, but it's an honor.
number
It's
19.
it's hard, man, because there's these tag teams. They're so stacked. There's so many. it's so hard to pick just 20 because I could do Jesus Christ, I could do 30 off the bat, but I mean, Brizongo's great. That's a sleeper pick. That's a deep cut. That's an album track,
Thanks,
as we
man.
call it in the world of music. Great pick. Any comments on
Thank
that,
you.
Yeah.
Christian?
Yeah. Because we're talking about Fandango and Tyler Breeze,
Yeah,
hence the little conjunction with their names coming together for that tag team. So Tyler Breeze underrated in a weird sense because he got to wrestle with like the legends. He got to like tear up with some like top names. Then Fandango did his thing. Like the gimmick worked for when it first started, but then again, WWE creativity, it just either did not know what to do afterwards, or they had this hold because again, the writers, I'm always gonna blame the writers. Like, that needs to stop. Like, I'm getting tired of that. Like, someone needs to at least be the one in charge. Like, hey, let's get from A to Z. No more of this getting to A to G, and then they stop at G. It's like, oh, how are we gonna get to Q? It's like, focus on something. Let's get a roadmap, and let's get us to. I'll make it easy. Let's get us to the Royal Rumble. Let's get us to February to WrestleMania season. Like, this at least focus on that. It'll be so sad. Like, whatever you guys are doing ain't working. So, that's my little comments on how these guys at least could at least have more tweaking if the right people were trying to produce them with their future.
yeah, yeah. With the right writers, they could have gotten a
And
bigger push. I agree, but they were great.
or management.
Yeah, management exactly. But their run was pretty solid. I'm not mad at it. All right, Chris. So your number 19 pick.
So number 19, another throwback to the Ruthless Aggression era. So it's got to be those Guerreros. So that's Eddie Guerrero and Chavo Guerrero. Uh, I put them down below because it was a short-lived tag team for, various reasons. It did its job for what the late 2002 going to 2003, just how both of them with their technical skills, being part of that SmackDown brand, giving that more. It was more of a sports-based feel than Raw. Like as I gotten older, I appreciate SmackDown for when it first came in '99, going to Ruthless Aggression. Like I love SmackDown. I would say even more than Raw. Like I would say that Raw in the '90s it's its own thing versus Raw in the 2000s and afterwards. So I'm happy that Eddie and Chavo were able to bring something different with their Lucha Libre style, with how they try with their tag team run. At least they did build themselves up, but it was so short-lived, and it suffered from this really bad habit from Vince McMahon with that BS Shawn Michaels Marginelli window through the glass. I really wished it stopped in '90s, but it kept going through 2000s, even 2010s. Like either he had this really bad habit where he hopes I'll just create one star out of that. It's like we do it too many times, it loses meaning. Do a few times, okay, but he did so constantly, and I think it also kind of hurt the ranking for those Guerreros because they should be higher, but it was a short run tag team, so I can't really give anything higher because it's short lived. Because the ones I have more on top or have a longer run, so that's where I put them just for the technical abilities, the reign, for what these guys were to do for the SmackDown brand, and at least for what they contributed to into the WWE brand.
Yeah, absolutely. More on those guys later. My number 19, I'm going to take you back to the good old days of the Monday Night Wars. Well, actually, just a little after. So you had the whole in between the Attitude Era and the Invasion storyline, you had the ECW brand and the WCW brand. My number 19 kind of went back and forth between both, I guess, well, both companies. My number 19 is going to be Raven's Nest, aka Raven's Flock. So Raven, hardcore legend, underrated as shit. You had Cactus Jack, Mick Foley. was once a member or he was a prominent member. These guys were just a roughhouse. They had that grungy aesthetic look, dark as shit. The promos were great. I remember Raven coming on, his entrance, his classic entrance, him sitting on the turnbuckle and shit. Classic. I love Raven's Nest. I love Raven's Flock. So it doesn't matter which one you can go with. WCW, that was Raven's Nest, and then EC. I think I might be mixing them. I think Raven's Flock was WCW, and then Raven's Nest was ECW. Because ECW is a different beast on its own. Back in the day, especially when these guys were around, oh my God, forget about it. Yeah, I mean, the tag team, well, not even a tag team, the faction speaks for itself. So, yeah, that's my number 19, Raven's Nest or Raven's Flock.
Yeah, just he was so different. Like you can just by looking at Raven, the long hair, the way it dripped over his face, the way he was dressed, you saw everyone wearing like their standard ring gear. He almost didn't really have that ring gear style that most people sported.
Yeah,
So
man.
he stood out from that. But he did open the floodgates where when people saw Raven do it, a lot of people started copying him. So it did put a bad impression on impressionable minds where they start coming in like just wearing like dirty jeans, ripped up jean jackets, and whatever he wore, whatever they thought scraped together, that they'll be like, oh, I'll be almost like Raven if I do this. Like, no, like it loses meaning if everyone starts wearing their restained shirts, then there is no Raven or no one else can be a Raven because everyone's doing it. So he was able to at least get the pass because he was the only few that was allowed to wear what he wanted to match the persona. So again, just the aesthetic look, uh, the way he ran his flock, the way he type out his persona. Paul Heyman said best. Like Paul Heyman, just the way he puts words together. He said in an interview that he was a character that should never gotten sympathy, but got sympathy.
Yes.
And just that phrase itself, it speaks volumes to how much care and how much this persona would shine through ECW, going to WCW, and then count did flicker out when going to WWE because it was not understood the way it should have been from the ECW days. So yeah, good pick with Raven's Nest right there.
And his TNA run was incredible, by the way. From
Oh
the
yeah,
beginning.
matches against Jeff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh my God. His rivalry with DDP and Sandman, I mean, those, forget about it. Promo
Everything
work.
he touched was really good. Remember the hardcore match he had against Kane and Big Show?
Oh,
You
yeah.
remember
At WrestleMania 17, yeah. I saw
that?
that
Yeah.
Oh,
live. I saw that live. I was in Texas for that shit. Oh my God, that shit was amazing. But that was my number 19. Yeah, Raven's Flock is classic. Love ECW. So, Luis, we're gonna go back to you for your number 18 pick.
For sure. And my next pick, like I said, I love all the wrestling. This one's coming out of AEW. I know Kenny wasn't a big fan of them, but the one thing I love about AEW, me and my brother were at that September show in 2018 at Sears Center, which is now Arena. But I love the fact that I'm surprised Kenny didn't like it because if you enjoyed what WCW did to Vince and WWE, they created that competition, you know? And I'm not saying TNA didn't do it, but AEW just hits differently. I mean, so for my number 18, it's going to be the Acclaimed. And I love the Acclaimed, dude. Oh my God. With the rap thing and then Billy, his scissor me, right? Dude, they're great. And I gotta tell you, because when I was at that All In show, this is the same show that had that triple threat match that I'm gonna name teams that I'm gonna probably name later on. Lucha Bros,
Yeah.
Santana and Ortiz, and the Young Bucks. That ladder match, dude. Oh my God. And what I'm saying is, I guess, is the Acclaimed, and you got FTR over there too. The
Mhm.
Acclaimed standing out above all these teams is something, man. I really love the charisma. I love how they push through, and they just hit different, man.
Yeah, charismatic as shit. It's
No
great.
surprise, Billy's there again, right? The
Yeah,
man just knows how to create a tag, and
exactly. Exactly. No surprise. No surprise at all. Great
daddy
pick.
ass.
Great pick. Love that pick. Christian, any thoughts or comments?
It's funny you mention them because I did see them live in person at World Wrestling a few years ago at Cicero Stadium. And I didn't get to meet them at their table because they had like a long line. So okay, I'm not gonna wait that long. So I remember they said something hilarious. Like you said, they'll rap whenever like they start spitting some fire. So they were wrestling Brian Cage and my band Casey Navarro. I could be wrong, but it was one of the smaller guys. And this is where they kind of cut deep into Brian, because they said like something about him being short and something, just like his contract with AEW is coming up short. So
Right.
something of that nature where the whole crowd went ooh when they heard that kind
Right.
of vicious attack verbally.
Right.
So that was quite something. Like that left an impression on me, just how quick these guys are and how creative they are when it comes to trying to really get underneath someone's skin with their little promos.
They know how to work the mic for sure. For sure. For sure.
You need
Yeah.
that, yes.
Absolutely. So, Christian, you're up next. What's your number 18?
Okay. So this one's gonna be a bit interesting one because now I'm shifting over to New Japan for us here. So I got to see these guys when I went to Japan 5 years ago, and this is Roppongi 38. Roppongi 38 was Yo and Sho, and these guys will be in the junior tag team division. And I like the idea, like these are just young Japanese guys and like they're probably like in their early to mid 20s. And so their name was because they're from Roppongi, I believe, and they were
Mhm.
managed by what's his name? Thinking out one of the Hispanic dudes that's over there.
Name's on the tip of my
Lose my
tongue, but I
mind.
forgot. I know who you're talking
Yeah,
about, though.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Romero.
he was managing them Roppongi 38. Yeah, who was?
What the hell was his name?
He was also in AEW not too long ago, but
Rocky Romero.
yes,
There you
Rocky
go.
Romero,
Yep.
yes,
Yeah,
Rocky
yes, he
Romero.
was
Roppongi
mentioned.
Vice.
Hmm.
Yes,
Bro, you
Roppongi
beat me
Vice.
to New Japan, bro.
Yeah,
Solid pick.
I picked it because I didn't know who these guys were when I went to New Japan because I heard some names, but I told myself, you know what? I'm not really going to do some research. I'm just going to go into this blindly. So I'm going to get peppered by different wrestlers from New Japan. I'm going to just sit in Corcoran Hall. Uh, Fun fact, we go Corcoran Hall, you can bring your own drinks from outside into it, even if it's liquor.
Oh,
Just
wow.
so
Yeah. Yeah.
just in time. So if for anyone's wrestling fan, also New Japan fan that wants to at least get experience, go there, bring your own drink, crack cola with one of the boys if you're going together. Because I was surprised. It's like I saw different guys bringing their beers. Is that allowed? Like, isn't that going to get confiscated? They walked right in, cracked one open. I was standing on the up on the very top because there were no more seats, and it's just enjoying. I was enjoying like the view, the match, Roppongi 38 that impressioned me because again, like their move sets, the way they work together, and it is lower on the card because one, they didn't get to do too much because they end up splitting by COVID.
Yeah.
One of them ended up joining the what was the House of Torture of
Mhm.
a faction within the faction of Bullet Club. So they could have gone a longer reign, but I think it was one of those things where it just came up short. But they did well when they also competed in the New Japan Cup. So that was really impressive just seeing how they would wrestle individually. So
Right.
I love
I
those
think
guys for my own reasons. So
I
yeah,
Yeah.
think Rocky
Roppongi.
was on the broadcast team too, right, Christian? At some point, he was.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah,
Like, because he'd be putting him over whenever they came out. Because again, he also in a way trained them in his own way. Whether it be really train them or just train them as a manager. But again, I love these guys and just that embracing that whole uh Japan cosmopolitan appeal because that was big. Because if you guys ever been to Roppongi, that's where a lot of the younger people go to. That's a very fun area, especially for like drinks with friends. So it made sense just these two friends coming from that type of city and competing in the ring. Uh, I don't know if I can equate to, for US, but just the idea that you're with your friend that you probably were in the city with, whatever session was, always at the bars, always talking to like the women there, or just being in that serene city life with tall skyscrapers,
Yeah.
was just that feel that when I talk about Japanese city life, it is different than I'm talking about American city life. Like those are two completely different
Oh,
worlds. So
completely
what
different world. Yeah.
so that's why like they've really wowed me just when I start watching more of them, I'm like, wow, these guys are great. So I would even go for like I would like to see if they were brought over, to like NXT or something and see what they could do and see how far their popularity can rise if you just let these guys get into tag team with someone from like NWE, NXT, just to these get accustomed to how wrestling is done here in the States.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I love the New Japan stuff, but I need to get back into it because it's been a while. But yeah, I
Yeah.
love that style. I love that New Japan style. I
Yeah,
love it.
man. Like,
That's a
yeah, it's
great
it's
pick.
great.
That's a
Yeah.
great pick. I love that pick. It's a really good one. I'm gonna write that down because yeah, I've only seen clips. So, but
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, anyone out there listen to this podcast, definitely check them out. Like again, they've been broken up since then. So, but
Yeah.
watch their matches and then just and again, camera friendly guys. These are guys that you can advertise for magazines. They did some great magazines too. I think I have one of the pro weekly wrestling magazines around here. I think I got them on it, but again, if you want advertisers to look at them make some money, these are the guys to do it with.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna look into them. Like I said, I wrote it down. So yeah, great pick. Great pick. I don't know if Luis had any comments on New Japan or
Oh yeah, no, I love that tournament style of New Japan, and like I was telling Christian, he beat me to it, but I definitely got a few picks from there too myself.
oh no.
Definitely.
Oh,
I'm curious to
absolutely.
see what your 18th pick is there, Jose.
Oh my number 18 is really low. So a lot of old timers, I know Kenny's gonna be mad because I put him so low. But my number 18 speaks for itself. It's the Four Horsemen. So the Nature Boy Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, Ole Anderson, and Tully Blanchard. Enough said. I mean, it's one of the greatest stables assembled. But yeah, Nature Boy alone. I mean, it's you want to talk about technical wrestling? There it is. Four Horsemen is my number 18. The only reason it's this slow is because you can find their stuff on Peacock. I'm pretty sure it's on the network. All
Mhm.
their NWA stuff and their the classic era before obviously Ric Flair went single and became a bona fide goat. Obviously, is
Yeah,
yeah.
that's good.
It's the Four Horsemen. What else can you say? Four.
Well, I'll say this. I'll add this to the mix. When WWE was first doing their documentaries, they covered the Four Horsemen.
Oh, it's a
You
great
had
documentary.
you even had guys like Triple H saying like, there was no Four Horsemen, there would be no DX, no NWO, no
Nothing.
fashion, no staples because these were the first. Like they were the grandfathers of staples, and because of them, you start having all these staples after their time. So they do have a big importance in wrestling history and for the reverence they carry after their time, just because on how well they work together as a group. So they have to be, on the top list
Four
somewhere.
technicians. When you
Yes,
talk
and
about
that and
pure
that too.
wrestling, it's the Four Horsemen.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That one's for Kenny
Oh
because Ric
yeah.
Flair's his man. So I love
Yeah.
Ric Flair. I love Ric Flair too. You'll see why.
Nature boy.
Nature Boy's great. That was 18. So Luis is your number 17 pick.
Yeah, solid 18, man. And oh man, definitely. For me, it's funny that we just got out of New Japan. I'm gonna take us back to New Japan for my
Wow.
number 17. It's gonna be the Bullet Club.
Wow,
The
I missed
Bullet Club.
those.
Too sweet. And and I gotta be specific because I know about, Finn Balor, aka Prince Devitt. He originated it. I get that. And then AJ and the Good Brothers. For me, I gotta be honest with you. When I jumped in for New Japan, I don't think I even caught the Adam Cole part. I came in for Kenny and the Bucks when they took over
Mm,
Bullet Club. I know the Tongas and Hikuleo and all them, they took it from there, right?
yeah.
But for me, the Bullet Club that I talk about is Kenny and the Young Bucks, because that's the one I got to watch the most.
Sure.
Um, but it's definitely an amazing stable. I think, honestly, I don't think it would be what it is without the NWO, like you mentioned, you know. And the NWO would not be what it is without Razor, right? Without Scott Hall. So it's crazy. I mean, the whole too sweet thing. Oh man, I miss that guy. I really wish he was still around. I always say that, like, in another lifetime, he would have definitely been part of creative. If not in New Japan with Tanahashi. Tanahashi's president. You remember when he put him over? Do you
Oh
guys
yeah.
remember that?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Yeah.
he said this kid's something special, right? And when he put Tanahashi over, well, Tanahashi was like in his early 20s, right? So, yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Early. Young kid. Young adult, I
Oh
should
yeah,
say. Yeah.
definitely. For me, number 17 is definitely the Bullet Club, and it's gonna be they refer to themselves as the Elite too, and
Mhm.
all, AEW, of course, Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks, man.
Yeah. That's a good
Too
pick.
sweet.
Good pick. Too sweet. Rest in peace to Scott Hall. Yeah, one of my goats. I met him twice. Super nice guy. Rest in peace. Super nice guy. Christian, you're number 70.
Yeah. And to Stu sitting in New Japan right now. This one, not sure if you guys heard this one. This is Dangerous Tekkers with
Ooh.
Taichi and Zack Sabre Jr. They were an interesting combination. Yeah, these guys, Zack being a British technical wizard that he is, and then Taichi with I haven't really seen theatrics expressed the way he has until I saw that. And I love it. Like I'm a sucker for you could say like this classical, this old old blue blood type of wardrobe that he wore, especially with his valet. And when people say there's no valets, I mean that's an exception. There's one right there. I forgot her name, but beautiful woman that always accompanied Taichi to his matches, whether it be tag team or
Oh, yeah.
singles. But just Taichi with his mask, him singing on the way to the ring. He really reminds me of an anime character. Like that's one of the few Japanese wrestlers I've seen that when you see them, I think they'll fit right in an anime if you just drop them into that world. So again, I get my own tickle because I appreciate Zach's athletic workmanship and as well as Tai Chi's charisma and just gimmick portrayal because he can wrestle. He's not just all gimmick, but he can really dish out some good moves and at least give you a captivating match, whenever you book him with someone. So yeah, Dangerous Tekkers is just a very different type of breed just because two opposite characters that really shouldn't be a tag team somehow pull it off in their own unique way. Best way I can describe it.
And some of the best tag teams start off that way. Just two polar opposites. They come together. Tachi's different, man. I love this New Japan love we're showing recently. Because, man, there's a lot of good stuff to pick from that. Just that. We're not even talking about the classic stuff, just the New Japan stuff, like you said. Yeah, Tachi and Zach are just different, but Tachi especially. And the chick he was with was beautiful too. Yeah, that came with yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Luis, any comments on that?
Oh
On
yeah,
Christian's pick?
he mentioned ZSJ, the man who won the G1 Climax this year, and the current champ. Oh my God! I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. The
Yeah.
man is like he said, he's a technical wizard. I mean, remember Dean Malenko was the man of 1,000 holds? I think he passed on the torch.
Oh,
I think, man, ZSJ. And then my brother, he was like, dude, I watched him at Windy City Riot. He was there for that match when he defended the television title against Matt Riddle. He's like, dude, I don't know how he does that thing he does with his feet where he twists the neck. But, dude, I cringed looking at Matt Riddle sell that, man. Oh, my God. Yeah, where he does that back foot thing and just twists.
yeah, the
Oh,
sell on that
dude,
is crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
dude,
It's different. It's different. I haven't
definitely.
seen that shit in years. No, I love that pick. Christian, he was on one when he picked that for sure.
Solid pick, dude.
Solid pick, absolutely.
Yeah,
Nope,
and that's when I was fully immersed into New Japan, and just watching
I
these
can tell.
guys. Yeah, it's just like I came at an interesting time where I saw New Japan like clips back then, but I fully got into New Japan World, and they got me through COVID back in 2020 and 2021.
Yeah.
I was just immersed in New Japan. So
Oh yeah.
props to these guys for just giving me something a little different, both in entertainment side, wrestling side, a little different from WWE because I was just captivated like how these
Yeah.
guys. I really think these guys should be on the grander stage for what they can do. So especially Tai Chi, especially because I think he's kind of been lagging behind just because of Zach's elevation. Zach should have a bit more coverage. It's just not there. There's no
Yeah.
bigger machine behind him. Like I know where he is right now, but it should be more global than it is. But uh, again, things should be, but they're not there, and I can only just sit back and wait until something does change in the future.
Yeah. Absolutely. Right on, man. So my number 17, let's go all the way back to WCW, classic WCW. This is right around when I started watching WCW. I flipped back and forth with the Monday Night Wars, but I was always a WWF kid, obviously, but WCW for the edgy stuff before WWF, took Austin from WCW and just yeah, they WCW shot himself in the foot when they fired Austin. Obviously, all time is yeah. Anyway, number 17 is gonna be Booker T and Stevie Ray, the Harlem Heat. Man,
Oh, okay. All
so
right. So going classic.
Booker T is in my top 20. I love Booker T on his own, but before Booker T was on his own, he was in WCW, obviously the five-time WCW champion. I'm not gonna do it like Booker T because I don't have the energy after a long day's work, but yeah, classic promo work, mostly carried by Booker T. Booker T was the more, I don't want to say Stevie Ray wasn't outgoing, but Booker T, you can tell from the beginning. And then later on, when he became a singles wrestler, that he was just meant for the camera, right? You said Chris uses the term camera friendly, like Booker T was that and a bag of chips. Like his promos are incredible, very energetic. Obviously, the classic bit where the N word slipped on live TV. I remember when that happened. Great wrestling moment in the ring. They were fantastic. It's a shame that Stevie Ray never made the jump, and I guess his reasoning for that was personal to the WWE. Booker T did, and obviously Booker T had a great run. It had a pretty decent run in TNA. I would say a good run, almost a great run. Later on, especially with a certain faction that I may or may not get into later on. But for now, my number 17 is the Harlem Heat. Classic WCW, Booker T, Stevie Ray, the Huffman brothers. That's my number 17.
You know, just to cover them now, because I will cover them soon. It's just when they both came out, you heard that music, and
Oh
it was
yeah.
so it was so though different back then, how it was mixed, but just those two, just the clothing, and you could tell like these were supposed to be like the African American dudes, and you
Yeah.
could tell okay they're at least trying to get like the African American audience watching them. So, and then just seeing Booker T just doing his athletic stuff in the ring, like okay, this is very different than some of the other guys that were in WCW or just tag teams in general. At least they try to be different one way or the other. So they have a big importance in the WCW history just because of how long they ran and how much of an impact they made. Like even though Steve didn't get much, they had like their retirement or last match as a tag team a few years ago with both Stevie and Booker T.
Yeah.
I forget where they went, but at least it was a way to at least close that chapter, finally, and at least give Stevie kind of that closing farewell for him. So
Yeah, in ring they were
yeah,
phenomenal, especially Booker T. I mean, if you know, you know.
yeah.
Luis.
Hulk Hogan, we coming for you. Am I right? Dude, Chucky Ducky Quack Quack.
Oh,
He is my brother's favorite wrestler. My brother Jesse loves Booker T.
I love
That's
Booker
his
T.
favorite wrestler. The spinneroonie, the bookend, the scissor kick. Oh, dude.
I
Don't
love Booker
oh,
T.
my favorite move he does is that spinning heel kick
Oh,
where he
so
grabs your
good.
arm and he twists it. I love that.
So
That's
good.
just innovated right there.
So
Like,
good.
oh man. But yeah, solid pick there, Jose.
I
I
love
actually
the
have him on a different tag team later on, but because I knew you and I'm glad Christian's here, but I figured you and Ken were gonna do WCW, so I figured you guys got me.
there's a few WCW picks here, but yeah, that was my number 17. Your number 16? Yes, number 16 pick, Luis.
Number 16, I'm still in New Japan with you, Christian. We're still there, man. I'm jealous that you've actually been there because first of all, I don't know, I don't mind planes, anything over 4 hours. I don't know if I could do it, but I really want to go to Japan
For
someday
Japan, it's
and
worth
do
it.
it. Oh, so my next pick is number 16, LIJ, Los Ingobernables de Japón. Dude, Tetsuya Naito. I love that guy. The fact that he can speak Spanish, Japanese, and English. What? What? Dude. Oh, and then I'm talking about the stable that I caught because I know they look different now, but the one that I caught when they started in November of 2015, I'm talking about Naito, Bushi, Evil, Sonata, uh, Hiro Takashi,
Here, Takashi.
Shingo Takagi, uh, Titan, and Yoda Tsuji. Those are the guys that I was talking about. Even from there, because my brother loved Naito. He was the one who introduced me to him. And from there, I was like, man, I should have my own favorite guy in the stable. So when I watched it, I picked Sonata. And dude, that Paradise Lock he does, that is humiliation at its finest. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
When he fought ZSJ and he actually managed to put ZSJ in that, I was like, dude, what? Um, but the fact that Sonata like moved up from there and he has become the world champ. In the last recent years, like during COVID and everything, Sonata moved out from it. I think Evil's moved out from it too. Evil, for anybody listening who doesn't know New Japan as well, he's actually married to Kairi Sane, if I'm not mistaken, from WWE.
Yes,
That's his
he
wife.
is. Yep,
Yeah,
you're right.
but they're solid, dude. They are
Oh,
solid. Uh, as they love to say it, tranquilo, right?
yeah, yeah.
Oh
That
yeah.
that might be my favorite New Japan tag team. Hard to leave them off my list, but they are my honorable mentions. Super honorable mention. I love those guys. Los Ingobernables de Japón.
Yeah.
Love that
Uh,
shit.
I'll let me throw my 2 cents because when I did go to watch New Japan in person, that was when Evil was still a member of that staple. So him and Sanada were in a tag team against Kota Ibushi and Kazuchika Okada, and it wowed me just again that a Japanese company that had a staple that had a Spanish name in it. I'm like, wow. And I don't know if you guys heard something funny about Tetsuya Naito since he's been mentioned. Do you guys understand why he would pull like his eyes to the side? Have you guys heard that story?
I've heard it in passing.
Luis.
Refresh my memory.
Okay. I'll let Luis. Luis is he's laughing. I'll let him tell the story. I
Yeah.
just want to just check on you guys.
Okay, cool.
Oh, my brother told me, which is one of the reasons I love him, and it was during his time in Mexico. When he was training in Mexico, all the Mexican wrestlers would make fun of him and pick on him for being, his eyes were different than theirs.
Yeah.
So he took that and he just ran with it. And I love how recently when ZSJ, he passed on the torch to ZSJ recently. ZSJ says, "Gracias, señor," and he's leaning on the barricade after a long-winded match there, and he's like, "De nada, cabrón." I love that. I love that. That's him. I mean, Destino, all his moves. It's amazing because I just it's so immersed in the Spanish culture. Seeing it, I've never seen a Japanese man speak Spanish. I was so amazed by him, and dude, and the way you guys talked about entrances, right? We got to talk about their entrances. They came out in suits and masks. Amazing.
Yeah.
I love the stage presence, right? It's all about stage presence, and they had it. Am I right, Christian? Right? The masks and the suits.
Yes. And again, when you are in Cork and Hull or whichever arena for those watching this, and for you, Luis and Jose, if you guys go there, feel the intensity, just feel the way that the Japanese crowd is buzzing when any of these guys are coming out. Like you feel it right away. Like just when these guys walk out and then just focusing on the staples I mentioned, when Evo, Sonata, when they came out individually, it's like, wow, you can feel like the electricity in the air when these guys walk out. And I can't stress enough, you guys gotta go there. Like it's hard for me to just put into words alone to at least replicate what I felt when I was in Cork and Hall, because it's not the same unless the people watching this are there. Just be at Cork and Hall, even just for one time, and you
Yeah.
understand that feeling when you get into that building and we leave, and it will change your perception on how you consume wrestling. That's
Yeah.
just my best ways to put it into a sentence.
Yeah, Japan's the number one place I want to go to so bad. It's at the top. Yeah, I have to. That's
You
just me.
you get there, man. You'll get there.
You are a lucky man, Christian. I gotta say. That was Luis's number 16. That was a great pick, by the way. Christian, what's your number 16 pick?
Yeah. Again, we're still in New Japan territory, so this is this one is a bit personal for me for uh different reasons that I'm going to explain in just a bit. The tag team I'm mentioning is Catch 22 with the tag team of TJP, TG Perkins, WWE, and his tag team partner Akira Francisco. And these guys have been doing well with United Empire, the way they've done the tag division, just to lightweight, super juniors, whatever you want to call them, just trying to showcase their moves. What was it, last year, Wrestle Kingdom, with TJP with his freaking mask. That was scary as it was scary, but it worked well just for theatric purposes, and these
Exactly.
still looking at least still looking good to be in a wrestling ring, let alone a New Japan ring.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm not sure if Luis is still there, but
He's still here.
okay.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
still here.
so guys, as we're recording this in my possession, not far from me, I have Akira Francisco's old All Japan Pro Wrestling
Oh,
ring
nice.
gear. No joke. When he was the Fireball,
Nice.
and we have communicated that through social media. When he's announced he was going to sell his old gear, I'm assuming just he couldn't take it with him to New Japan, if one off or just a new change of pace, change of color. What reason is like And he wrote to me like he was happy because he kind of really knew me, my interactions when he was still in All Japan when I was like liking his posts, reposting them, just making sure that his name got out there. Because I was surprised, like this Italian kid who was he was 20 by the time he got into All Japan Pro Wrestling, because he was 18 when he was still wrestling in Italy, and just seeing his story just progress, grow. I even jokingly one point just told him in a private message like I hope one day like it'd be nice if you get into New Japan like doing so well because all Japan doesn't have the same kind of level of uh I guess like a view like just displaying their stars to a wider audience. So I thought okay, New Japan should be the place for him. And then not long after he went to New Japan, like holy shit, like did I predict something? Did I push something? Not to take any credit on that. It's just coincidentally that he made the jump and then he sold his gear. I paid for it. He sent to me, wrote me a handwritten letter as well, thanking me for being a fan. And I know I posted it on Facebook, Jose. Like I know you're on
Yeah,
Facebook.
I saw it. I saw it.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to show it to Louise, or I can always find a way to send those pictures. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's very low key. Like I posted like once on the social medias, and then it has moment of time that hey, I'm the guy that got Akira's ring gear,
Yeah.
That's
so
really cool.
it's momental to me. Like I'm trying to curate it the best I can. I hope one day, guys, I can buy like a glass case. Like, if you seen The Incredibles, where Mr. Incredible keeps his
Mm-hmm.
old suit like in a case on a mannequin. I hope to
Yeah.
like maybe get something like that, but I don't know where to get such a thing, for a decent price. So that way I can best like preserve it, for the
Oh yeah,
future.
absolutely.
If I can't, either I'll find someone that will take care of it, or if there's ever like a museum, like build museum, and depending like what happens to me in the future, if I know like I have to part ways, I want this thing to really stay intact. And I got I got under like plastic from a dry cleaner I go to, so that's how I'm kind of preserving it for now. And yeah, again, I love these guys, and that's why this tag team means to me, because of Akira and like just even grow, and then just big thank you to him for his ring gear. Because how many fans can really say they have ring gear of this wrestler? I mean the whole thing, like the
A fan?
jacket that's almost like the cape, it's got the knee pads, the shin guards, the tights. I have that he would wear to the ring in
Yeah,
All Japan Pro Wrestling. So yeah,
yeah.
can you guys imagine if you guys like Luis, if you have Macho Man's like his old tights, the
Oh
hat,
my
and the
God,
jacket, if you had all that,
that's
can you
worth
imagine?
thousands by now. Now that he's gone. That's worth
Right.
thousands, if not
Probably
millions.
so. Or any
Close to
wrestler. Yeah.
yeah, especially Macho Man. He's not around, so once they die, their stuff just goes up in price.
Oh
Or
That
yeah.
that shit's impossible to get if you're lucky, you know? Buy a storage unit and just somehow come across some wrestling memorabilia that's oh my God. You know?
I still heard they're finding some of Ric Flair's old wardrobes from like different places.
I
So
saw that, yeah, and he goes
yeah.
and appraises it. Yeah. He'll be like, and it's so crazy because he still remembers. He's like, yeah, I wore this on such and such date at such and such event at such and such city. Ric Flair is just a different, yeah, I don't build him like they used to. It's
No, they don't, man. No,
no,
they don't.
Ric Flair, man. That, you can go days talking about Ric Flair, but Kenny's not here. He's the ultimate Ric Flair fan. He loves that. He loves Ric Flair. But
Yeah.
yeah,
So
fantastic.
again, yeah, small little tangent we just went on, but again,
No,
like
it's all good, man. I mean,
yeah, I'm happy to share that kind of the little information here. Like again, thank you for having me because I can
thank
share
you
a bit
for
of the
being on.
story. Yeah, to tell you guys this and just hear your reactions. Like I have a rest of this gear like with me, like in my house. So I'm pretty sure you guys would love to have someone like whatever top wrestler you guys have. I'm pretty sure in your minds, like I wish I had this guy's ring gear, like top to bottom.
Oh yeah, Austin's knee braces. That'd be great, you know? Anything.
He has boots too.
Yeah,
His best?
His best, yeah.
The
His
Rock.
best?
Yeah, absolutely. The
Do you,
Rock's
do you,
mic.
do you
The
think
cl
his hat would be worth something just by itself? The hat.
the
I'll take
Like,
closest
Rocky's sunglasses. Are you kidding? They can
exactly,
do it.
or the Versace shirts. Yeah, absolutely.
You want that fanny pack?
The old Rocky Maivia tights. Yeah, no. No, that's a great pick. I saw that post, Chris, and I gotta say, yeah, very sentimental pick. The closest thing I guess I have is an original Austin 316 shirt from like the late 90s, mid to late 90s from his first run. Yeah. That's the closest thing I have, and I have a sealed Austin figure from like the Attitude Era. But
yeah, that's super good, man. Like, yeah, memorabilia, just keep it for memory's sake.
yeah, I keep it. Yeah.
Share it for people, and then I guess for us, like I'm just about me. Like if I ever get old and I know like as you have the stuff, I still want to go someplace well where I know be taken care of, and hopefully it'll be see more decades after my time. So
Museum is definitely a great show. They'll
yeah,
take it
just
in a heartbeat. So for the
mhm,
world to see, because that's
yeah.
something that needs to be shared with the world.
Mhm,
Expose people to more of it outside
yeah.
of one's comfort zone. That makes sense.
Mhm. Yeah, so again, small tangent. This I still keep them low here because they're still creating the first chapters to still a newer tag team. So maybe one day if they stay a tag team, they'll be higher on my list.
Yeah.
Or Akira again, he's too young, but I think at this point he should be 24, 25.
Yeah. Super
So
young.
so yeah, he still has many more years to go. Like
Yeah.
I can only imagine if he does decide to make the jump to the United States and decides to wrestle here, like he's just a very just his face like again he's very again more camera friendly. You can at least put him like a fitness magazine or something to just showcase like he's got that innocent looking face where you can put him on a talk show or something. Like imagine if he sat down with like I don't know if the older guys like a David Letterman or something were still around, like Sim there, like I think he would look perfect in a suit just talking to a talk show host of that caliber,
Oh
in
yeah.
my humble opinion.
Yeah. No, I echo that sentiment. Absolutely. That was a great pick. That was a great pick. More on that probably later as we go. So my number 16, we're gonna go to TNA. This is the first TNA pick, I guess, for this evening. We haven't done a TNA pick. So a faction filled with Hall of Famers at this point. It's the main event mafia. I mean, we're talking Kurt Angle, who's in my top three. We're talking Kevin Nash. We're talking Booker T again. May or may not be the last time he's on this list. We'll see. We're talking. I remember Tracy Brooks was with them at one point. Samoa Joe, Scott Steiner. One half of the Steiner brothers. At this, everybody knows who they are. And at one point, I think Magnus. I forget his real name. He's in WWE now. I think he's an agent or he trains. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, the main event mafia. They would their whole gimmick, their whole shtick was, Kurt was like the Godfather, right? So a big reference to like the Godfather of the films, Marlon Brando's Godfather, for those of you who don't know. Classic. I mean, I would argue, since we're on the subject of Kurt Angle's TNA run is what makes him a top three for me. I love his first run with WWE. It's really good. But TNA Kurt Angle is a different beast. I call it Perk Angle, as the world does, right? Because dude was high as a rock. I'm surprised he's still alive to talk about it. And I mean, winning the gold medal with a broken freaking neck is already crazy enough. To do that shit for, God, over 20 years? I will say a second run with the WWE, more or less, a little lackluster towards the end, sadly, but he done been through the ringer, you know? To this day, I know it's about the main event mafia, but the one thing I was going to say about Kurt Angle is I'm still mad that John Cena was not his last match. It should have been. That was a missed opportunity. I'll get into that at a later episode, but that's beside the point. The rest of these guys. Oh, and Sting too. I forgot about Sting. Jesus Christ, the Stinger, right? Till they kicked him out, and then they put Samoa Joe. And the only reason they put Samoa Joe is because if you can't beat him, join him, right? Because Samoa Joe's TNA run was just for like the first year and a half or two before Kurt made him tap out. He was a beast. Kind of like Brock Lesnar during his first run until his rivalry with Angle, like just a beast. Beast. But yeah, Main Event Mafia, number 16. I was gonna put someone else in here, but I guess that's my only TNA pick. But I have an honorable mention. So yeah, that's my 16.
No, good pick, good pick. Because again, because this was a big highlight to what these guys do, try and captivate with star power of their names, how long they've been in the business. And I'm glad you mentioned Scott Steiner because you can still find that one hilarious clip where he basically what's the word I'm looking for? Not Barry, but really goes after Joe,
Yeah,
where
he
he
went at his
says where he goes what's where he's like, "'Cause he's fat."
because he's fat.
It's such a classic.
It's so classic.
It's so
Uh,
memeable too. Like I still can see clips where people just cut that part, which the way he just says it with such
Hilarious.
vinegar behind it. So, oh, Scott Steiner just and he says like it's like gold being spread out because I'm pretty sure if you gave him like a dictionary or give him like a manual he reads it out, it'd just be hilarious. Just every word coming out of his mouth, like
Yeah,
it's just screaming at it. It's not even really just like screaming each word.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Classic, stable. Like I said, just great TNA run for all those guys and gal because it was a girl in that team. But yeah, Luis, you're number 15.
Solid pick there, Jose.
Thank you.
And Kurt Angle ain't gonna be the last time we're gonna bring him up on the list.
No,
Scott Steiner. There's that running gag right now online. I don't know if you guys have heard of Wrestle Talk, but there's a running gag about Steiner math greater than pipe bomb.
yes,
So I think that's the same promo Christian's talking about, or he's talking about. Are you into romance? I see it all the time on my Samsung free TV Impact channel, which I have on when I go to bed. You know, Kenny watches Mid South. I watch TNA classics
yes,
to
so do
bed.
I.
Yeah. Um. So my number 15. We're not out of New Japan yet. And this is my favorite one. And Christian mentioned half of them. I already mentioned the other half. Uh, the Golden Lovers,
Oh,
Kota Ibushi, Kenny Omega, like in the early day, man, I mean, I just love their moves. Kenny does this thing where he like puts you over his head like a Death Valley driver, but instead of driving you, he does like a front forward flip. It's like a senton, like a forward sent. I don't know the technical. I knew the technical term, but it escapes me right now. But after he said when he does this move, he says you can't escape, and he goes on the rope and he does that moonsault, reverse moonsault,
yeah.
and him and Kota Ibushi have this move where they do like double moonsaults on people. I remember being fascinated by this amazing, amazing tag finisher. I mean, it's up there, with some of my finished, because we're talking about tag teams. There are some tag teams that they have created their own moves, their signature moves. Everybody knows the 3D, right? We'll talk
Right.
about them later on, I'm sure.
Much later.
Everybody knows about poetry in motion. We'll talk about them later too.
The
Just to
Doomsday
name,
Device.
yes, we'll talk about those guys later too.
Exactly.
Oh, and the leapfrog,
Oh, the
you know?
leapfrog. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
leapfrog, baby. We'll talk about that soon too.
A
But
lot,
the
man.
Golden Lovers for me, Kota Ibushi, Kenny Omega, some great tag team wrestling from some young guys because that was earlier in their career. If you want to help me out with this, Christian, back me up here.
I like I said, I got into New Japan later, like what you're talking about, like more earlier days in Japan. I assume haven't gotten that far back yet. Like I've only been like going maybe as far as 2015. Like
Okay.
that was kind of my stopping point. Like I have just a big catalog, so I'm sorry I can't help you out, man. Like I know you talk about those two guys.
Hmm.
I'll just say with Coda, like he it's even on a fitness magazine, like yeah, like a Muscle Man type magazine, just because of his abs, just by the way he's just so toned. Like I haven't, but he should be one just because of how much of his move sets you've described, and I'm pretty sure same with Kenny. You've kind of mentioned his moves, like his stuff that you probably don't really see often, or at that time didn't see as much.
Hmm.
But I think I would if this way I can introduce you to my old coworker, Jay. He knows a lot about the Golden Lovers. I'm pretty sure he might be a bit more fan than you are. He mentioned one moment when it was like the Young Bucks, when they were going against Kenny, or like
Hmm.
I might be like handicap, and he told me like this is what spoke to him the most.
Hmm.
They tried to do a move that Ibushi was doing. That was when he was in WWE for a short stint, and Kenny kind of I hate to use the word hulked up, but he snapped in that moment, and he in the
Hmm.
face like, "Don't you dare mention him to me now."
Yep.
And that's where Kenny made his big comeback. So just hearing that, it's like, wow, like just for that friendship, that bond, they try having in New Japan, like this is your brother, this is your guy. He's not here right now, and you have these weasels trying to play cute, trying to bring him up very in their own way, and just
Mhm.
for Kane to respond that way. Okay, so there's a lot of tension just behind that. So, and I'm pretty sure you know which match I'm talking about. Like, I just
Yeah.
remember this.
Yeah, it was during that Bullet Club era time when Kenny was leading them, and they had him. They were doing tag team matches, and Kota Ibushi came back, and They made him choose between them two. It was a pretty intense match, great match. You could tell there's some kind of matches that they just jump out of the ring, as I like to say, because like Ric Flair versus Shawn, the retirement match, right? I love you, right? Things like that, like just they just pop out of the match in real life things. And that match that you're talking about, where they made Kenny choose between his new
Yeah,
friends or his old friend, dude, that was something. But
yeah.
yeah, that's my number 15, the Golden Lovers.
Good,
Definitely got to check him out.
good pick.
Oh,
Early
he's
King
built like
Omega.
Baki Hanma, I would say, Christian. If you know that anime, Baki Hanma, I would say
Bucky Hammer.
Coda's built like him.
Yes, I love Baki. I'm a hardcore Baki fan. We'll probably have an episode on anime some other time, maybe. But yes, I
Bucky the
know
Grappler's great.
Baki.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bucky's great. Bucky's great.
classic.
Bucky's classic. Take me back. So that was who just went? Was it Luis?
Luis.
Luis
Yes,
just went.
Yep.
Okay, so
for Golden Lovers.
Christian, you're
So,
number 15.
all right. So I'm gonna shift us away from New Japan. So I'm gonna take us somewhere unexpectedly. We're heading to both Smoky Mountain Wrestling and ECW, and I'm talking about the Gangsters.
Ah, yeah.
So although I'll shoot from earlier by number 20, I have to mention New Jack and Mustafa. Just the promos uh
New Jack.
from when they were Smoky Mountain,
Yeah.
those were classics. Like those, it's hard to really get those type of promos nowadays, just because
Oh, yeah. Super
it's not.
raunchy.
Yeah, and it's just so far like between that time and now, and he in a way there's no need for new ones like those anymore, because New Jack already covered those, so it would just be more of a reminder if someone were to try and do that nowadays. So I think it worked because no one else was able to do that that time. So New Jack was the first,
Yeah.
and just seeing the way they were handled in or how they were in Smoky Mountain and going to ECW, where we know the stories what happened in ECW. Just I mean they're on my list just because as a tag team the way they're produced for Smoky Mountain, and I try to kind of separate the ECW stuff because it was just a very quick turbulence turns on like what they need to do in ECW versus what needs to be done in Smoky Mountain. And again, that's a difference between how Jim Cornette was producing them and how Paul Heyman was producing them in ECW. So, I mean, you could say the safer side was Jim Cornette because he was going to go crazy in ECW, where Paul Heyman's like, let's go crazy. But things got a lot worse if there was no more heavy hands on them. So, again, just a weird juggling act, just because I almost didn't want to put them on my list because of how controversial New Jack was, but I'm putting it as the gangsters because I'm also giving a highlight to Mustafa and then even to Dito Brown when he
Oh,
contributed
yeah.
to that fashion. So I'm trying to like at least put these guys in, and New Jack, he's contributed for the sake of the gangsters rather for himself. So
Oh, New Jack's a
yeah,
legend, yeah. New Jack's a
yeah,
legend. He wouldn't
he's
work in
that.
2024 because cancel culture with the way it is. They would be on his ass. You know?
Well, I like to say he probably on them like, and he wouldn't hesitate.
That
So
part,
it's
oh
like,
yeah, no, he's not
yeah,
holding back. No, no, no,
yeah.
no. Yeah.
Oh, he'd be pulling out from his
Oh yeah.
sock. Yeah, he'd
He'd
be like, okay,
he'd be coming for his necks for sure.
yeah, he
Yeah, I agree. I agree. No,
he
it's a
would.
valid pick. It's a valid pick. I see why you picked it. It's great.
Yeah,
It's really good.
I'm sure Luis not sure if he wants to throw anything in. It's just
Oh,
they were
yeah.
something for what they were able to put into the business.
Dude, New Jack is crazy. That Dark Side of the Ring episode. Oh man, I learned
Ooh, talk about it.
everything. And yeah, man, I'm glad they caught up to him before everything. Rest in peace. I still can't believe he's gone. Like literally
Yeah.
filmed one thing on. I forget it was on a different wrestler's. He was about after that. Rest in.
Oh
But
yeah.
wow, yeah, that man, New Jack, craziest. I think he was like. He was definitely something, Christian. That was a solid pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy him for the moments, and then like the darker moments, it's like it makes hard to like at least build a case for him because again he just the background came from, you understand, like he didn't come from a very stable one to begin with. So,
Not at all.
and again, not to excuse it, but again, when you consider the source, then things start to make more sense on why he is the way he is and why he did the things he did. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's just it'd be interesting if things were more better. I'm pretty sure it'd be more like a bandage on the wound, but
Oh yeah.
get him away from the scaffold falling. I can't imagine trying to live a life with a cracked skull, black, like kind of blind in one eye, having insomnia. Like everyone needs good sleep, and he got deprived for that for years after that match. So I'm big advocate for good sleep for everyone, like
Absolutely.
especially the future.
We take mental health and lack of sleep for granted, insomnia.
Yeah, so he
It's
he he deserved good sleep. I'll say like at least he deserved
yeah,
that, insomnia free and just not being blind in one eye. So
yeah,
at least I'll say at least he should have deserved like tons of good
yeah,
sleep after that night, had that match never happened.
absolutely. New Jack, wherever you are, rest in peace and hope you found peace within yourself and this flawed world we live in and that you lived. I agree. I agree. Well, on that note, my number 15, you already mentioned it, Christian. It's Los Guerreros. Los Guerreros, Eddie and Chavo.
Yeah,
I mean, Eddie's.
yeah,
I caught a little bit of flack because I didn't put Eddie in my top 20 for good reason because I wanted to talk about Eddie as just one of the best technicians to ever do it. I mean, it goes without saying at this point. I watched him come up from WCW. I'll get into it a little bit more. It's definitely not the last time you're going to see Eddie on this list. I'm just letting you know right now. It's not the last time you're going to see him. You're going to see him again. But yeah, Eddie Guerrero, I mean, what can you say? You know, Eddie. Shout out to Chavo too. He's very underrated. They worked well together. Obviously, right? Uncle and nephew.
Yeah.
But Eddie obviously is it's Eddie. He's larger than life. If we're talking just pure wrestling, if we're making a list of the best pure technicians to ever do it, Eddie's he's up there. He's I want to say top five, but he's definitely top 10.
Yeah.
Just that lucha libre style, him coming up, and all of them. Gory Guerrero, his brothers, Hector. They just, I mean,
Mondo.
Mando,
Mondo.
yeah,
Yeah.
Mando, absolutely, yeah, just a family of with wrestling in their blood, and it showed. But Eddie was just, he was born to do it, and thank God I can speak for every one of us. We all lived in that era. We saw Eddie in his prime, and it's a shame how he went out, but
Yeah. I'll say this for Eddie, like he really felt like he was one of us, like the one guy was representing all Latinos when he was on TV. Yes, Chavo was there, and some of the other wrestlers
España,
that
but
came from,
okay,
yep, España. You know what I'm saying? Like you watch him, you knew like he almost felt like he
I
could have been
agree.
like an uncle, like you watching like your uncle like on TV, like okay, he's gonna win this for La Raza, for the people
For
because he
Spanish speaking
represents,
in general,
yeah,
yeah,
like
absolutely.
yeah, it's just. And then I read his book and just learning where he came from, like his like I was shocked like just how dirty like EMLL that became CML, how
Yeah,
the book was treating him is like, and I have not heard if that guy was ever punished after Eddie's success, after '04, like
that's a
that guy
different
should these
topic.
that at least that guy should these kind of have his salary cuts if they saw like how far Eddie succeeded. So, but yeah, then Chavo, just him trying to like kind of handle himself after the split, and then after WWE going to TNA and like other avenues, like he's doing well for himself. It's
Yeah, he's
just
doing very well. He's had a decent run, but it's
Mhm.
it's tough when you have Eddie by your side. I mean, he makes you look even better, but even Chavo on his own, like you said, pretty decent. But it's just Eddie's one of the greatest to ever do it. And I
you just
remember, yeah, the match that sticks out, obviously, when he won the world title. But speaking of world titles, when he took out Brock Lesnar in SmackDown during the glory days of the Ruthless Aggression era, I was rooting for Eddie. Even though I love Brock Lesnar, but I was rooting for Eddie when he won his first world title on SmackDown. That's a classic. That's one that will ever always stick with me. Him going into the crowd celebrating, hugging his mom, hugging his brother. I think it was Mando. I'm pretty sure it was Mando in the crowd. He hugged his mom. Yeah, he just ran into the crowd, and the crowd just embraced him. This was when Brock was undefeated. Like you couldn't take Brock out.
yeah.
This was prime Brock Lesnar in his
Mhm.
prime.
Yeah.
And then for Eddie to just take him out like that, he just GOAT status. What can you say? Yeah, Los Guerreros, my number 15. That was, yeah, my pick. Short lived, but quality. Quality moments, classic moments. So many to pick from. Luis, you're number 14.
That was, I mean, you guys covered everything about Eddie. I actually have a lot more to say about him too, but
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah, me
hold
too.
off
Me too.
because he's in my top five. The man means so much to me and my family because my brother um, got to meet his daughter recently and everything. They went to school together. It was crazy. I'll get into that later, but
Oh, that's awesome.
my number 14, right?
Yeah, 14.
14. Um, in that era, still, Ruthless Aggression. My number 14 is Paul London and Brian Kendrick.
Oh, wow. I
Oh
forgot
my
about
God.
those guys.
I love those guys. The way they ran in the ring with the flips,
High
they make it
flyers.
look they make it look so easy. I mean, you get up there, you start shaking, and you mess up.
Yeah.
But they were just so fluid, and I loved it. They had so much charisma. They're just Paul London, Brian Kendrick. I mean, Brian Kendrick, he's just talented, even when
Oh,
it comes to
yeah.
choreography and matches, right? Ronda Rousey, right? She talked
Yeah.
about him helping her with her match. And
Yeah.
Paul London, I got to catch him in Lucha Underground. That was the most recent that I saw
Hmm.
him in. Um, he was the White Rabbit, right?
Yeah, the White Rabbit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Sleeper
But I,
pick. Wow.
yeah, dude, those were my guys. I
Yeah.
never missed an episode of SmackDown in those days. 2003 was probably my favorite,
Ooh, top tier
dude.
SmackDown. SmackDown was on.
Definitely,
Yes. Raw in the
definitely,
90s was a different beast, but in the Ruthless Aggression era, SmackDown was just, oh my God, forget about it.
dude. They had everybody. Oh,
Yeah. They
couldn't
had
go wrong.
Kurt Angle, Eddie Brock. I mean, just, yeah. Yeah.
Taker.
Taker off. Oh, forget about it. Yeah. Goaded.
Yeah.
Goaded SmackDown. With the fist. Yeah, I love that shit.
Yep.
Yep. Prime
Yeah.
SmackDown. Top tier SmackDown for sure. Underrated. Yeah, they're my honorable mentions. I wanted to put them on there, but there was one team that I put in
I
their place.
got you.
Yeah.
You got
Yes.
me on a few. I got you on this one,
Yeah,
Jose.
you got me. Thank you for that. Yeah, great pick. Christian, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, just I'll make it short. That tag team mentioned. I remember when it was Billy Kidman and Paul London before
Yes.
it switched. Yeah, then because Kidman was the veteran, Paul was the rookie, and then it switched to Paul being the veteran, and then Brian being the rookie. So I kind of enjoy that kind of like switch in dynamics where there was like a change in seniority.
Yeah.
So, and I appreciate Kidman's work, and yeah, he'd be another topic altogether, just based on his abilities.
Yeah, Billy Kidman's underrated. Underrated for sure.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll come back one of these other videos just to talk about
Oh,
him.
absolutely.
Yeah, I want to keep going as
Yeah,
we
go ahead.
some of these guys. So
Go
yeah,
ahead. You're
what's
number
next?
14. Number
Oh,
14.
I'm next.
Yeah, you're next.
Well, Samuel Gunn. Okay, so next one. So I didn't catch enough of these guys, but just the history of these guys my top out is American Alpha. Just two amazing guys. Jason Jordan and Chad Gable. And because I came from a wrestling background like these guys did, so I can relate to them on that regard. Just like transitioning from collegiate wrestling into pro wrestling,
Yeah.
and then just see him tear it up in NXT, one of Triple H's other tag team projects that he was building, just making them like pure wrestling, technical
Hmm.
wrestling, the whole nine yards. So these guys were built for something, but we know what happened with Jason Jordan's neck and
Yeah.
everything that happened afterwards. So again, just Jason Jordan, he wrestled for Indiana University. I believe he also actually came from Illinois. Like I think when I was looking at his
Yeah.
background, he wrestled for I think it's like Lockport High School. I'd
Yep.
be wrong, but that's one of the powerhouse high schools for wrestling because they will always send guys to state both as a team and individually. So that school is no joke when it comes to high school wrestling and
That's progressing. Yep.
trying to go into state. So he really came from a very strong background in terms of wrestling from a young age and that level, then trying to take that talent into professional wrestling. So
Yeah.
you
The
need,
amateur background.
yeah, then you should understand that this guy was built for a strong future with that kind of type of caliber behind him.
Yeah, from the school of hard knocks like Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle, with the amateur backgrounds. Just technicians. Eddie Guerrero too, you know, from that breed, which is rare, especially today, but it's always awesome to see. That's a good pick. I like that pick. That was that.
Solid pick, man. Definitely on my honorable mentions.
Yeah, mine
Um,
too.
dude, and I know you'll agree with me when I say this that definitely a missed opportunity that Kurt Angle should have managed that team, like another team that I'll be mentioning later on.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
it's
circumstances, like I said, neck injury, the time of Colonel coming back. So, I mean, it's hard to blame anyone or say missed opportunity, but if the universe was aligned better timing wise, yeah, I'm pretty sure we could have had something like that. So, but we just gotta enjoy like these so small chapters for what they are, because they can always get cut short unexpectedly.
Yeah,
Neck injuries, for example, always.
yeah.
That's always gonna be a common theme with professional wrestling, no matter which company we're talking about.
Oh yeah, those neck injuries will kill anybody. They'll probably kill
Definitely.
all three of us. They'll kill me for sure.
If
So,
if it doesn't kill you, it'll kill your career
oh,
one way or the other.
absolutely, yeah.
I
One
think it
of
was
the
at
two.
the I think it was at the SmackDown where they won the tag titles actually. That was the same SmackDown that Jinder won, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
American
Yeah.
Alpha.
Yep.
Yeah, just a highlight there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely a highlight for sure. Speaking of Kurt Angle, my number 14 is Team Angle, aka the world's greatest tag team. It's a shame that it's so low because, okay, we already know how Kurt Angle's goated. But let's talk about Shelton Benjamin, man. What a missed opportunity. Super underrated. His ring work, even back then, today, it's still good. But back then, should have been a world champion, Shelton Benjamin. Twice, at least once by now. At least. He's so good in the ring. And Charlie Haas, he's no slouch too. He retired for a bit. I think he came back recently. If my mind serves me correct, I'm not sure, but Shelton's still doing it. And what a missed opportunity. I mean, you can say Team Angle, world's greatest tag team. The only difference is world's greatest tag team does not feature Kurt Angle, obviously. Team Angle does, but that's how it got started was Team Angle. It was them three, Kurt Angle, Charlie Haas, Shelton Benjamin. World's greatest tag team, Shelton Benjamin, Charlie Haas. Shelton Benjamin's super underrated. A damn shame. We talk about technicians. Dude's a mad technician. Amateur background, born to wrestle. Underrated. Always love Shelton Benjamin. Just doesn't have a lot of promos, but his in-ring talent speaks for itself. He's a lot of people who are really into wrestling mention him as one of the best, but yet most underrated, very underappreciated. And that's how I feel. Yeah, Team Angle, world's greatest tag team. That's my number 14. I love the ruthless aggression. What can I say?
Yeah, I'll say this like fun little fact: Sean Benjamin also got to be assistant coach at the University of Minnesota,
Yeah.
and just alone, just being a coach there means something
Yes.
because, especially if coaching Division 1, they do get so selective on who can become in the coaching staff, and he could just stay there. He could just like made the coaching salary if he never decided to make the jump. That he did make the jump. So, and then he got a little small stint in New Japan. I'm
Yes,
not
he
sure if you
did.
saw that. I saw some clips of that, and I saw his matches in library. Like, wow, like
Killed
I'm
it.
pretty sure yeah. So again, I appreciate him for different reasons. Just man,
Ah,
just
one of the unsung heroes from the ruthless aggression era. I love Shelton Benjamin.
yeah, I would say it's like I was disappointed when he did make his return to E. He didn't get much of a reaction, and I'm like, oh, like has it been really that far too long since his time? Like,
Total missed
are you
opportunity.
really?
I was so mad. I was like, oh, you know who
I
this is?
I was mad at the fans. Like, you have no idea like what kind of greatness is in front of you, and you
Oh my
guys are
God.
that crowd didn't deserve him that night. I'll say that.
Ah,
I blame the fans that night.
what a great tag team, man. What a great tag team or trio stable. Just yeah. And they went on to their own because they were under Kurt Angle's wing, but on their own, when Kurt Angle just let them be, they were still great. From the beginning, you knew they picked things up real quick and then they just flew and went on their way. And they were still great. Yeah, I love World's Greatest Tag Team. Luis.
Dude,
Third.
you guys took everything out of my. I'm telling you, Sheldon. Oh, he's great, man.
So
The
good.
gold standard, baby. Remember when he showed up to Raw and he pinned Triple H right away for the. Oh,
Mm.
That ladder match against HBK when he ran up, dude, he made that look so easy, as we see with the current TLC matches lately.
Yeah.
That's not as easy as it looks.
Shelton Michaels was a fast-paced match, but it's a classic from that era.
Oh yeah,
It's a classic.
that Intercontinental title run with him, dude,
Good. Should have been world
solid.
champion. Should have been
Yes,
world champion.
at least once.
Once.
Yes, dude, missed opportunity, like Christian said there, man. Definitely.
I feel like he could have given Randy Orton a run, a good solid rivalry. Him and Randy together for the world title. That would have been pretty cool when Randy was, coming up the ranks. That could have been solid, but missed opportunity. We'll never know.
Definitely.
13 for Luis. What's your number 13?
Oh, so opposite 13 for sure. And don't worry, we're not done talking about Team Angle. We'll come back to that.
I know. I know.
But my number 13, I'm going to take us back to, honestly, I could take us back to Lucha Underground. I could take us to AEW and soon to be in WWE. My 13th pick is the Lucha Bros. And as I mentioned, man, Pentagon Jr. and Ray Phoenix, those guys, man, phenomenal wrestling. I mean, I got to watch them at All In that ladder match against the Young Bucks and Santana and Ortiz. Oh my God, that was amazing. And I feel like they didn't exactly do everything they could have done in AEW, but I'm kind of excited to see them go to WWE. I'm not gonna say I'm not as scared, to see what Triple H does with them, but the
He'll
two
think he'll
are
think of
great.
something. Triple H will think of something, you know.
Mhm.
He came up with the billion chug gimmick, so he'll come up with something, you know.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited, but yeah, my number 13 has got to be the Lucha Bros, man, and
Good pick.
Cero Miedo and Animo, right? Ray
Animo.
Phoenix.
Ray
If you watched
Phoenix.
them in Lucha Underground, man, they were just great.
They were great in the
And
ring.
dude, their rope technique, I mean, it's
Spot
just
on.
crazy. And that package pile driver, dude.
Ah,
Woo. Talk about tag team
yeah.
signatures. That's definitely on the list.
That's synchronized wrestling. They're so in sync. They feed off each other. They don't even have to say, okay, let's do this. Just they know. It's like memory, muscle memory at this point.
Just born to do it, man. And it's like, if you guys loved Rey Mysterio coming up in the day, I think Christian may have mentioned Juventud, Guerrera, and all them.
Yeah.
These guys are the next, from them branching forward.
Yeah.
Definitely. So that's my number 13, the Lucha Bros.
Great pick. In my honorable mentions, I do like them a lot. Christian.
Yeah. So for number 13, again, we talk about these guys, those Engobernados, going back to New Japan. A lot of these guys, I just love all the members. Like they're characters in their own way. The way they dress. My favorites, besides putting Naito from the side because he's kind of like a given once you talk about them, but Titan or Titan in Mexico, I just love his mask, like just
Hmm.
the way he's very creative. He changes it up. And then again, another festival is Specimen. If you see like just the way he's toned, the way he's cut, yeah, that guy looks like he can really you know go at it at the weight room. So
He's cut like the Greek gods.
yeah,
This
it's
is
just
his,
that body of his, and
yeah.
yeah, again, we really cover them to no ends. I put them up here just because how long that group is still going on. Hasn't broken up. No window to the barber shop yet. Anything of that sort. I don't think that's ever going to happen with this group. So no, that's you're not going to see in New Japan. So thank God
Yeah,
did that
for
thing. Like,
everyone who's listening, I urge you guys to go check out some New Japan stuff. Check out LIJ. You have to see it to believe it. That's all I can say. That's all we can say. Luis already talked about him. Christian just talked about him. Urge you guys to go watch them. It's just, it's a spectacle. It's a show. It's showmanship. Great showmanship.
So yeah, we said everything. I don't think anything I need to add more, so we can go to next one. So
All
take it away,
right.
man.
So number 13 is gonna be again two Hall of Famers at this point. It's Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression, mostly Attitude Era Alliance. It's gonna be the Acolytes Protection Agency, or the APA for short. Farouk, Ron Simmons, and Bradshaw, JBL, John Bradshaw Layfield. The backstage segments, them playing cards and getting hired for protection. Yeah. APA, part of the Attitude Era, the Ruthless Aggression, very huge, prominent figures in the Alliance storyline. Just, yeah. Farouk and Bradshaw. Ron Simmons on his own, as classic as it gets. JBL had a pretty decent run on his own too, but together they were just magic. Definitely one of the best tag teams, one of the funniest tag teams. There are segments with The Rock, there's segments with Jesus Christ when they came back, when they did the Raw of Legends, when the New Age Outlaws reunited, which we'll get into at some point, the APA and the NWO, how they made light work of what's his name? I forget the guy with the long hair. Is it John Morrison? The guy from RK Bro. I forget his name, but you guys know
Matt
who I'm
Riddle.
talking. Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Matt
they just
Riddle.
yeah made light work of him in the ring. That clothesline from hell never gets old. Ah,
Yeah.
and Farouk's Dominator, forget about it. Just painful, painful, painful. But yeah, 13 is the APA. You guys know already.
I'll
Louis,
Those
say
bar
this.
brawls.
yeah, the backstage brawls are just the boiler room in the early days. Yeah, those brawls were crazy. Crazy.
Just just a quick nuggets there. I always like them because they were like, I guess, mid tag team. They were great to be like somewhere in the middle of the cards, where especially when watching pay-per-views, like when you watch it, they at least gave us that kind of extra burst getting from their match to the next one. They were just great, kind of helping like build up to the next card. Just they came in, did their thing. They were never boring. You knew you were gonna get like a good
No.
match,
Yeah.
and just who they, especially who they wrestled, you know you're gonna get like a good close from Helm, whoever he delivered towards, and then the music or the beginning or the end. Like perfect example would be like when they did the WrestleMania 17,
Mm-hmm.
just that kind of the way they were used to get us to the next card, or even like a Vengeance pay-per-view. They
Mm-hmm.
get into their thing, getting us ready till we get to like the championship belts. They were great for getting us to the next point just because of how they wrestled. So that's why I enjoyed their matches.
Yeah, in an era where the Hardys, the TLC guys, Edge and Christian, and the Dudleys dominated, APA still stood out. That's just a testament to how stacked that tag team division was at that time. And for them to still make a name for themselves, I mean, the people loved them. I certainly did. And now they're Hall of Famers. Go figure. Louise, you're number 12.
Oh yeah. So segue into that. Last time I liked Bradshaw, because I don't. JBL was not my things, but
I hated
um,
JBL, but it
oh
worked.
my god.
It worked.
Talking about that era though. My number 12 is Ray and RVD.
Oh, I forgot about them.
Yeah, man. When everybody was facing each other, the tag team titles were all like it was the tag division, man. Eddie and Booker were teaming up at that time, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Ray and RVD.
Ray and
Oh
RVD.
man.
Ray and RVD.
Yeah, I love the way the two worked in the ring. You know, it just they completed each other. It was almost like like you just said about Lucha Bros, they just knew each other's moves and they would just sync them up and it worked.
It worked.
And I love that. I
Yeah.
love when they had that backstage segment where they all talked about facing each other and going for those belts, man. That was like I said, I'm biased towards the cruiserweight and tag division, so
I love Ray and
definitely.
RVD. I love RVD. You know, RVD, I go back to prime RVD and ECW. I mean, it's just legend. And Rey Mysterio back to WCW. Fantastic. Even in WWE, if
Oh
you
yeah.
know, Ray is he he's in the Hall of Fame? Yeah, he is. Okay, so Rob Van Dam's definitely a candidate if he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. He's
He
already,
is.
yeah,
He is,
he
which is
is.
funny because Vince said the same thing when, like you said, wait a second, he's not in there yet. We'll get him in there this year
Rey
because he's like
Mysterio
he could.
is well deserved. Yeah,
Yeah,
get RVD's ass in there because he's
yeah, he said the same thing when he finally put RVD in there a few years ago. So,
oh, that's good.
oh
That's good. That's good. Good. Yeah,
yeah,
two Hall of Famers. It's crazy how many Hall of Famers there are. Yeah, just we're just getting old at this point, you know. They're all Hall
dude,
of Famers, and we were just watching them on TV live every week, you know.
yeah,
When you couldn't miss Raw and SmackDown at that time, especially SmackDown, man. Holy shit. You couldn't miss it. You couldn't miss it. But yeah, Ray and RVD is great. I forgot about them. Very good. Very good. Christian, you're number 12.
All right. Revisiting the Harlem Heat. I put them up there just again. What they did for WCW and for that division and WCW, the way they worked. And again, just kind of similar how the APA worked to kind of get us to the next phase. And it's really hard to have whether it be singles or tag team, put them somewhere in the card, whether it be the second match, whether it be the somewhere in the middle, number what, 4 or 6. Keep the pace going. Like just get your match whether it be 10 minutes long at most or shorter. Keep the crowds to fed. And that's what they
Mm-hmm.
did, for what they were to do whether it be like the the nitros or the pay-per-views, like still get us there. Like don't meander too long, just get in, get out, and just get your wins. And again, just more props to Booker T and then CB Ray. Again, a lot of wild F's could have happened, but they did their thing for that time and what they were given. So yeah.
And they're Hall of
And
Famers, you know?
yeah,
So again, another Hall of Fame
yeah.
team. Yeah.
Booker T has two Hall of
Hall of
Fame
Fame
rings.
rings. Yep.
Yeah, he's got them
Harlem Heat
both.
and singles. Well deserved.
Yeah.
Well deserved. Well deserved. I love the Harlem Heat. Classic. So many fond memories. You're absolutely right. Important to tag teams. It makes sense. You mentioned the APA. It makes sense that they kind of took a little bit of that attitude and made it their own. I can see that now. I can totally see it looking back.
Yeah, even just watching like the old pay-per-views.
Yep.
Again, we're talking about like early 2000s, even going like late 90s. Just watch how they were being the card. Like there are times like nowadays, like if I see like a card, I'll skip one because it's like if I know the wrestlers, I was like, okay, I kind of know what that style, but I can watch like an entire like match card where like, okay, I'm going to enjoy these wrestlers and match 2, match
Yeah.
3, match 4. Like, it's hard to kind of want to skip anything because it's like I kind of want to revisit that because it's a refresher
Yeah.
and like the time frame. Okay, I can sit here and go through these guys. Like I'm getting well fed and not being overfed. It's the best way I can
Yeah.
describe it.
Yep. Less is more. Absolutely. Just the right amount. Speaking of Booker T, my number 12 is crazy that these two are the complete opposite. It doesn't make sense to have these two in the same tag team, but it worked. My number 12 is Booker T and Goldust.
book dust.
Man, oh man, Book Dust. Oh
Oh,
my God.
Yeah,
yes, I now remember.
Dustin Runnels, Dustin Rhodes, underrated, part of the Rhodes family, obviously. It's Cody Rhodes' older half brother. For those of you who don't know, Dusty Rhodes, the late great Dusty Rhodes' son, rest in peace. Goldust is so underappreciated. The moments these two had, this is comedy gold. But in ring, they were great. Somehow they were great. Somehow. And it's crazy because they started off hating each other. Booker T couldn't stand Goldust in kayfabe terms, right? It didn't work, but towards the end of their run, they learned to care about each other. And it worked. I love these two together, man. Booker T and Goldust. The hotel bit where Booker T's in the hotel and Goldust gets on the bed with them is one of the funniest segments. I talked about this with Kenny in our previous episode. Booker T and Goldust. Oh my God. Them backstage with The Rock. Goldust trying to be like The Rock. Oh my God. Oh man, I could go on forever and ever. Yeah, Book Dust is goated. Should be higher, but man, later on they probably will be higher. Yeah, Book Dust is number 12. Go ahead. You guys talk about Book Dust because it's so good.
I'll make this short as well. One of my favorites, those segments they did, when the Crocodile Hunter movie came out with Steve Irwin, and Goldust dressed up as Crocodile Hunter going to the NWO's locker room and just treating it like they were animals. You know, Big Show sleeping, X-Pac coming in, getting mad, like, what are you doing in our locker room, chasing
Oh
him.
man.
And then Booker T, like, waiting again, like a little crevice of a corner. And then, like, he just surprise attacks X-Pac because he's
Oh,
focusing on chasing Goldust. And just the whole, like, leading him out and then just jumping him. That was hilarious. Just, like,
on
just the
the
way the
book.
way he tried being in character as the Crackdown Hunter for Goldust. That was great.
And again, another gimmick that wouldn't work today. Goldust with the Tourette syndrome. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know,
Oh no, he usually electrocuted. Like, so
yeah,
I mean,
that
I'm
won't
pretty sure.
work today.
Well, electrocution. If you made sure he's just
Yeah,
electrocuted,
yeah,
like
the electrocuting. Yeah,
I don't think it's Tourette's, but
the
they
Tourette's
like.
gimmick. Yeah, the electrocution. Yeah, exactly. People call it.
I think he would kind of get past. Like, hey,
Yeah,
he's still fried. He's still fried. Like,
it's so funny, man. So glad that tactic. So, Vince was on crack. I'm so glad that happened. I didn't get it back at the beginning. I was like, wait a minute, why? And then I kept watching. I was like, oh, it makes sense. And Booker T had the fucking lightsaber when Star Wars was. Yeah, forget it. I can go out forever. Luis, stop me on
Great
my
tag
track.
team. Great
Great,
tag team.
so good.
I agree with you on there. That era is just full of some great stuff, though.
Oh, the ruthless aggression era. I love the Attitude Era, but the ruthless aggression era was just
Spoiled to have grown up in it.
yeah, yeah. That was me in my teenage years. So good,
My
so good.
brother tells me all the time, man. His universe mode it's exactly what we watched in that
Yeah,
era.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Pretty much, pretty much, absolutely. That was my number 12. So we're going into number 11 with Louise. What's your number 11?
My number 11, Jose, perfect segue, is going to be my first pick from TNA, the Motor City Machine Guns,
Ah, they
baby.
were on my list.
MC,
Honorable mention.
oh, yeah. Oh,
Ah,
yeah. MCM, baby. Alex Shelley, Chris Sabin.
Chris Sabin. Yeah, I love them.
Dude, I
Yeah, love
and then
those guys.
they had time for singles careers too. Did you guys watch that?
Yeah,
Dude,
Alex Shelley early on, then he left for a little bit and came back and they did the Motor City thing. Yeah.
dude. Motor
Yeah,
City.
Motor City. Yeah.
Dude,
Chris
and then
Sabin
they
had a
came
great
back.
run.
Oh my, and they're finally in WWE. And my brother's like, dude, Triple H did not waste any time pushing them, and I'm glad he
Oh,
didn't.
yeah. Yeah.
Man,
Their TNA run was great. So good.
dude,
Great.
solid. I'm a little sad they didn't go to AEW. I wanted to see them fight the Bucks a few times, but we got time.
Yeah, they definitely fit into the AEW category, but so glad they're in the WWE. So glad.
Yeah, hopefully, because Triple H cares about the tag division. That was the one thing I wanted
Yes.
to say because Christian mentioned it first. Vince did not care about tag teams. Neither did
That's
Shane.
a fact. That's a
And
fact.
yeah, he would prove it again and again. Like we sat here and talked about some great tag teams that weren't pushed as much as they should have been. We can thank him for that, right?
Yeah, the world's greatest tag team. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and just to
absolutely.
name a few,
Los
right?
Guerreros, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but definitely my number 11 is the Motor City Machine Guns, and
Ah,
I'm so
great pick.
excited to see them in WWE, man. Oh,
Great
thank you.
pick. Alex Shelley was a day one TNA guy too. I think Chris
Mhm.
Sabin might have been too.
Yeah.
But Alex Shelley for sure. He left, and then Chris Sabin had a great singles run. And then
Mhm.
Alex Shelley came back and they did the Motor City Machine Guns. That's how it started. I love them. I love those guys. I had to leave them off because I knew you were gonna mention them. I was like, let me leave that for Luis. Yeah, so
Yeah,
glad I did.
I
Yeah,
got you, man.
yeah, thank you for that. Such a great tag team. I don't know
Love
if
them.
Chris remembers those guys, but yeah, Motor City Machine.
Yeah, I remember those guys when they first formed. I remember just single runs, Alex Shelley, Chris Sabin, and then since you mentioned theme songs, Chris Sabin's old theme song was just the
Oh,
beginning, like just yelling,
cracked.
"Hail Sabin,
Hail
Hail Sabin!"
Simon.
Like I've never
Cracked.
heard. Well, what's funny is like I thought it'd be like a bigger guy, but like we see like okay, he's kind of like average size. Like okay, so I'm assuming he's gonna be a speed type of guy, which
Yeah.
in the way he was, just using his athleticism to win his matches, but like just having that shout at you, if you're sitting or just
Yeah.
watching TV, just you hear that, okay, so a guy named Saban's coming out, okay. So he did some good stuff, and then with like the X Division title, again,
Hmm.
we can talk. That should be another segment, just talking about the X Division title in itself,
Uh,
how that helped TNA just be so different from that championship alone. Great
yeah,
matches.
AJ Styles at the forefront of the X division, Mr. TNA himself. Oh, well, those were the
My
days.
favorite division, dude.
Oh,
TNA.
X division is just
Oh yeah.
cracked, cracked,
Oh
cracked.
yeah.
When AJ had all three titles, he had the NWA title at the time, he had the X division title. I think he was a tag team champion with I can't remember who it was. I
Maybe
think
with Christopher Daniels.
it was
Yeah, I was
Christopher
gonna say
Daniels. Yeah,
Christopher
it
Daniels,
was Christopher Daniels. You're right. Yeah, it was
the
Christopher
Fallen
Daniels.
Angel.
Yep, Fallen
Yes.
Angel. Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I
Oh,
think
prime
is
AJ
he
at that time.
backstage for WWE now?
Yeah, I
I
think he's
think
like an agent or he does. Yeah,
something like that,
he
right?
does some of the writing,
Like
I think.
Petey Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Petey Williams. Petey Williams had a cracked finisher with that Canadian destroyer. Holy shit. Yeah,
They
that
stole that from him. Everybody tries to do it now.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was so cracked back then. I remember when I first started watching TNA, I saw that. I was like, what the hell was that? You know, I hated Team Canada, but man, I used to watch Petey Williams just for that, you know. Petey Williams was
Or when
that
he
guy.
was make believe muscle with Christian's boy Scott Steiner. Yeah. Make believe
Uh
muscle is the one you
Scott
need to
Jr.,
look up.
yeah. Little Petey Williams. Petey Steiner, yeah. He got his
Yeah.
hair blonde.
Make believe muscle.
Make believe muscle, yeah. Oh man.
Oh, he was
So,
great.
so good, man. Love that shit. But yeah, Motor City Machine Guns, that's a really good pick. Super honorable
Dude.
mention. They're up there. They're
Oh
up
yeah.
there. They're up there. Might be the best TNA tag team, actually, now that I think about it. Because I remember early
The
on,
other one,
there was a
James
lot.
Storm
Yeah,
and
Beer Money,
yeah, that
Cowboy and
might be the
Robert Roode.
second. Yeah.
Obviously, Team Canada, but fuck those guys. Except Petey Williams. Petey Williams is great. You know, Scott D'Amore is a legend. You know, he
Yeah.
trains people. Scott D'Amore is a
Yeah.
legend for sure. He trains people, and then
Lance Storm?
Eric
Was it
Young is
Lance?
great too. You know, but
EY? Yeah. Yeah.
Eric Young is great. Oh yeah, Lance Storm. I forgot about Lance Storm. Yeah,
Yeah, I love
he
him,
train.
dude.
He's got a wrestling school. I think he trains now, so it's awesome.
He did. He trained Taya
Yeah,
up there.
yeah,
Taya Valkyrie. Yep.
yep, yep. A lot of those guys train people now. Yeah, Scott D'Amore's trained a lot of the people we know now. You know, I think he works in WWE or has worked at some point behind the scenes. But yeah, Motor City Machine Guns, classic. Christian, up to your number 11.
All right. Now we are going old school again here.
Ooh, here we
This
go.
this time we're gonna go to Cracker Promotions, and this is the Rock and Roll Express.
Oh wow.
So yeah,
Wow.
I've been watching some classics, and I've been seeing like their tag team. And I believe the last have you guys been doing the WWE Vault? They did
Yeah,
one with
I have.
yeah, what's it called? Georgia, in Georgia. They were on that, and then I just you guys know I listen to Jim Cornette on his podcast, and then talk about the Rock and Roll Express.
Oh, Kenny loves
Just
Jim Cornette, dude. Don't get me
and then
I was
started.
just
just
gonna say, Jose, I think Christian took Kenny's notes.
Kenny loves Jim Cornette. Yeah, if only he'd have been here. But yeah, he loves
I'll
Jim.
say this, like just watching these guys, this like textbook definition of tag team wrestling, just understanding just kind of the fundamentals, and then just seeing the pacing, and then especially for me, just going backwards, I don't get bored. Like that was one of the biggest fears trying to watch like old 80s, 70s, even like the older wrestling. Like that's my big concern because I used to have this mentality like if I did not know the wrestler, it was not going to be a good match. Or if I know this guy looks like an older wrestler before my time, the match was not going to be good at all. But I've always put it around like, oh well, like just the simple stuff, like small things.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I'm surprised, like some of these moves are not even used anymore. Like some were considered like basics or fundamentals. You don't see anymore these days.
Mm-hmm.
So it just shocks me with like some of these moves still look devastating in their own way. Like, oh wow, like just something like minuscule just
Could
makes
hurt
big
somebody.
highlights. Yeah. And
Yeah.
like, wow, dang, like and I got to throw them in there because I appreciate like old school mentality. Again,
They-
how long they've still been going. Like they got no window treatments. And I'm sorry if I keep saying that, guys, but
no.
like I
Fine.
hate window treatment. Like a bad habit. That was a bad habit that someone like Vince never had, and no one should be having that habit going forward. That's what I gotta say. So
It's a very
yeah,
important tag
no,
team. Yeah, ahead of their
yeah,
time.
yeah.
Ahead of their time.
So yeah,
Underrated in a way. They don't get talked about anymore. But yeah, that's a great one. Not on my list, but super
yeah,
honorable mention.
yeah,
Super honorable.
definitely. Yeah, I mean, we can all going on, but I think I've said enough. Go watch them for anyone who wants to watch classic tag team wrestling and just see like just watch their bodies, just watch their arms, watch their feet, just small little things that can behoove people. Like just what you can see, small things make a big difference. Just
Absolutely,
watch
yeah.
these.
Look their stuff up on YouTube, or if you have Peacock, you can watch all the network stuff, all the old school stuff is on there too. Just look it up and yeah, you can find it. That's how I've been doing it. So yeah, classic. Rock and Roll Express. That's a great pick. Wow, okay. My number 11. So my number 11, I'm kind of cheating a bit because my number 11 is technically the Brood, Gangrel, Edge, and Christian, but I'm also including Edge and Christian in there, obviously, because they were part of the original Brood. And in turn, these three were part of the Ministry of Darkness, the Undertaker's faction. We're going back to the Attitude Era, ladies and gentlemen. Edge and Christian, I mean, humble beginnings, but it's funny because back then I didn't know that Edge was gonna become what he became. You know, the whole rated R superstar thing, one of the biggest names in wrestling history. I didn't know, but I will say, speaking of Edge, man, that Royal Rumble return in 2020, huh? Coming out of retirement, I never thought I was gonna see him again, and then he comes out of nowhere, and you can just tell the emotion on his face, right? But that's him later on. The Brood had an epic entrance, man. Them coming off the coming up the ramp with the flames, Gangrel spitting the wine or blood onto the crowd. Classic. He had the Impaler as a finisher, and this is Edge before he did the spear. He had the Impaler, I think it was. Christian always had the Unprettier. Gangrel super underrated. I think he trains now or has trained. And then you have the Ministry of Darkness. I mean, Taker goes without saying. If you look up loyalty in the dictionary, Taker's face is on there. 3 decades, same company. Forget about it. The Ministry of Darkness. You had the Acolytes in there. You had Midian. You had Viscera. Rest in peace to Big V. Midian, I think, trains now, or he's involved somehow in the business, or he might have stepped away. But yeah, you could throw it all in together. The Ministry of Darkness, because they had the Brood, they had Edge and Christian, obviously, but technically, my original pick was the Brood because yeah, great, underrated. That's how I feel.
Great theme song.
Great theme song, yeah.
Oh my God.
The entrance is great.
Bum, bum, right?
Yeah,
Oh man.
Yeah.
Great.
No, great guys. Just going after the cultic,
the
I
gothic
guess,
thing, yeah,
yeah, just like you can imagine like being like a real life cult where all the guys they look like they would belong in the cult. Just
yeah,
the guy like APA being the muscle of the group, like where they would like force followers or make sure the followers stay in line.
yeah,
Viscera being the you see like the that big oddball, the one that you could tell would be like a top like lieutenant in the ranking, maybe just
yeah,
being the crazy one where he just eats it all up and just believes what he's been told by the Undertaker. Undertaker being the cult leader,
yeah.
the Brood. You could be like, I guess, consider like the soldiers
The
where they
henchman,
go out
yeah, for
recruiting.
sure.
Yeah, recruiting. So you could see like that dynamic where like each guy's they have like their own roles, their own parts, where like they will do the Undertaker's bidding. So that worked well. Just how just
Oh,
just aesthetically wise, how these guys play a part into the ministry. So
and a classic
yeah,
moment I forgot to mention of the Brood at WrestleMania 15, how they hung the big boss man off with the noose on the Hell in the Cell. That shit still sticks with me to this day. How they
yeah,
lowered themselves from the top of the stadium into the Hell in a Cell and just hung the big boss man. They passed the noose up to the Undertaker and he hung him. Yeah, that's a classic moment. That was the Brood.
yeah,
Gangrel, Edge, and Christian. You
yeah.
mentioned
You
the
just
soldiers of the group.
yeah, like you just wouldn't find like a group like that, like embracing that kind of that vampire type of appeal.
Yeah.
And you can always just assume like, are they really vampires or they just pretend to be vampires as a way of intimidation or they just bite into that lifestyle. So it's that teetering point that made them guess like what are they? What's their purpose? And like going back to the whole soldier aspect, these guys that got involved in that manner is just the presence of just Gangrel's teeth, the fangs versus vampire,
Mm-hmm.
uh Edge being like that second right hand man for Gangrel. Just the facial expressions he always made.
Yeah.
Like you could tell like he always looked hungry. Like, okay, like being told, okay, we're gonna do this, and like he be all enthusiastic for it. And then Christian, you could say he'd be like the more uh stoic, more mild type of character where like, okay,
He
like
was just chilling.
you
Yeah.
you tell him what to do, he will give you no complaints. Like he'll
Yeah.
go do it. Like okay, like there was no need to keep pushing the envelope. Like just do it. Like okay, he'll just you tell him, hey, go cut down a tree. He'll be like, I'm on it, and he'll go cut down a tree for you. That's the type of management he has.
Yep.
So everyone had like a cool dynamic, just contributing into that the ministry.
Yep.
So yeah, that's all I got really say for that group.
And then they aligned themselves with the corporation. That was a different story. That's a different story. It became even bigger. Wow, those were the days. Louise, your number. Oh, wow. We're in the top. No, yeah, we're in the top 10 already. Jesus Christ.
Uh, should we? All right. I'm not sure we can cut this out, but do you think we can do like a top 10 and then do another 10 to one? Would that be more easier to manage? Like do like a part two segment?
Part two? What do you mean?
Like, yeah, cut it up, do like 20 to 11 and do 10 to one. Would that be more easier for this video?
You mean do it all together?
Oh no, do like cut it up. Like maybe we stop for
Oh no,
tonight
it's
and then
it's gonna be it's gonna be all together. I'm just gonna edit it and then
okay.
yeah. So
They
we'll
just cut this part out for me then.
yeah, no, you're fine. Well, I'll edit it out. You're fine.
Right.
You're fine. So Luis, top 10. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man, top 10. We made it. It's been one heck of a list between the both of us. Um and Christian touched on those classics, which I was, really looking forward to Kenny touching those too. But it's my turn for a classic one. And this one, I think this one really hits home for me, being the oldest of four brothers. For me, the Von Erichs is number 10
Wow.
because, as Cody says every time he comes out, wrestling has more than one royal family, but the Von Erichs, dude, Kev has been through. I mean, we talk about people going through the ringer, dude.
That whole
And then I don't
family.
know. Yeah, man. And then
Devastating.
you guys watch the Iron Claw?
I did, yeah.
So good. The
Very
only
good.
drawback for me was the fact that he didn't add Chris in there. I
Yeah.
just yeah, that's it. That was all that was missing. I was hoping it was a deleted scene and I had like a director's cut option, but man, everything else was great. And the Von Erichs, man, their dad, that Iron Claw move. It's been so cool watching Kev come back with his sons
Yeah.
in AEW. They teamed up with Goldust with Dustin.
Hmm.
Oh, dude. Yeah, he's Dustin over there, the natural. That's right. Can't
Yeah.
take that WWE trademark.
Yeah, I can't take the
But
gold dust.
yeah. But yeah, man, for me, the number 10, top 10, and this is recent, like, because your top changes a lot as you watch, right, Jose, like you
Yeah.
were saying. For me, they probably weren't in there before, but for me, they definitely are top 10. They hit close to home for me and my three younger brothers. You know, I couldn't imagine feeling how Kev feels, dude.
Yeah.
He used to be a brother. Really, yeah, it's
Yeah.
tough, but
Tragic story. There's documentaries out there. Luis mentioned one just recently. Go watch that. Shame they ousted Chris like he was nothing, but you learn a lot. I think, or there's only one left, right?
Kevin,
It's Kevin. Yeah,
Just Kevin. Yeah.
yep.
just Kevin. That's a shame. Carrie's gone.
Yep, Kerry was
This
the
is
one in WWF. David was over in New Japan before he
yeah.
passed.
They're all
Yeah,
gone except for Kevin. That's a
yeah,
shame.
I
Tragic
mean,
story.
I guess one silver lining is even though he's the best one, the offspring's numbers is big, very
Oh,
big. If you've seen that
huge.
number, so I guess they're safe from that family bloodline going extinct anytime soon because there's a number of them. So that is kind of a way to kind of keep wrestling fans until say the fan that tree is still big, so they're not going to go anywhere
It's a
anytime
huge
soon.
family tree. Yeah, it's huge,
yeah.
huge, big time. The Von Erichs, I forgot about those guys. I didn't even write them down, but important, important
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh yeah.
Especially for Texas wrestling, like
Yes.
just for all that. Like if we're just going
Yep.
to talk about how big they are for Texas, they gotta be up on the top three.
All the people that came out of Texas, Austin,
Yeah.
obviously is the big one.
Hmm.
Taker,
Hey, don't
Freebirds,
just
hey, don't
yeah.
forget the Guerreros.
The
Just as a
Guerreros,
family,
absolutely. Eddie and
HBK.
HBK. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. On
one
and on.
more, one more. What's the name? I forgot his name. God damn, I'm just blinking out. Yeah, I'll come back to you
No,
guys.
yeah, the list goes
Yeah,
on and on and
yeah.
on, like you said. Important for Texas wrestling and just as a faction for the ones that came after the Von Erichs. But yeah, read up on the story. It's very tragic if you haven't read it or watched any of the documentaries. There's so many of them out there. It's not hard to find them. Look them up and be informed. That was Luis with his number 10. We're going to have Chris go on in his number 10, your top 10. Kick us off,
Number
Chris.
Yeah. So number 10, I'm gonna go with the New Age Outlaws. That's the Road Dogg and Billy Gunn. And yes, this one has a weird sense of longevity. DX was kind of like chopped up in different chapters, but those two, they were always like a package deal, just with whether they be in WWE or TNA or what have you. Like both of them together, it's gonna be magical. And I got to see them back in 2014 and Raw in Chicago when
I
they
did
had
too.
their yeah when they had their steel cage match. Like
Hmm.
I never thought I would be around where I would see the New Age Outlaws, coming into their old style music. The oh you didn't know. It's just seeing Road Dogg, just call promo as he's walking down the ramp with a microphone. So
Yeah,
that kind of helped re take me back to memory lane to the Attitude Era, just him doing that. And again, a steel cage, like another big staple to Attitude Era, like how many steel cages there were, and you were always on edge, like just watching like who's gonna be in that steel cage match because it's gonna be bloody, it's gonna be brutal.
yeah,
You really were like, I really hope this guy wins, and I was like, I don't want this guy to win. So it that dynamic. So it's
yeah,
good to have like kind of like that double header. You get the New Age Outlaws and in the steel cage match because that they can be brutal when there's like no stipulations, no holds barred because they will dish out some hurting
yeah.
bombs on you.
They did the hardcore wrestling thing. They did the tag team thing. They were, they could literally gel into any situation they you put them in. No holds barred. You said, yeah, just technicians and part of the Armstrong family. The Road Dog, yeah. Bullet Bob Armstrong, his brothers, I believe, were also wrestlers.
Yep.
Bullet Bob's in the Hall of Fame, yeah. More on them later. So my number 10, I'm gonna kick it off with I mentioned Eddie Guerrero. Here he is again. This tag team started off in WCW. They were killer. Actually, not even tag team. This faction started off in WCW. When they got to WWE, I remember them debuting in the crowd. They came in and just whooped the shit out of the people that were in the ring. My mind forgets who it was, but they were underused in the WWE. In WCW, they were fantastic. I'm talking about Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, Dean Malenko, and Perry Saturn, the Radicals. You want to talk
Man,
about four technicians? Four of the best technical wrestlers to ever do it in that team alone. Dean Malenko, the man of 1,000 holds. Luis mentioned him earlier. Chris Benoit, yes, piece of shit for what he did. I get it. Won't get into that. But as a technical wrestler, he's in the top five for sure. Eddie Guerrero, the name speaks for itself. And shout out to Perry Saturn as well. He doesn't get talked about a lot, but he was great in the ring. They were all great in the ring. But again, Luis mentioned Vince did not like factions or tag teams. It makes sense why they were underutilized in the Attitude Era. And it's a damn shame because they could have done some big business if given that chance. Because in the ring, they were great. On the mic, forget about it. Well, Dean Malenko was a little bit more dry, but Eddie and Benoit made up for the rest. On the mic, perfect. In the ring, perfection. They had it all from the beginning. And obviously, we would see where Eddie and Benoit would go on later on as singles wrestlers. But in the Radicals, great. The run in WCW was fantastic. Underappreciated in WWE, but they had some great moments. Dean Malenko was light heavyweight champion back when the light heavyweight title was still active. I remember Eddie Guerrero being European champion. Chris Benoit would later get his break, but he started off strong, very strong. And Perry Saturn was just kind of the more underappreciated, the lesser known, but still really good, very good wrestler in the ring. So yeah, that's my number 10, the Radicals.
I got throw my thoughts with them. Can you imagine if they were able to jump earlier, like maybe like 3 years later? Can you imagine them like tearing it down with the Hart Foundation,
Oh my
with D
God.
with DX earlier? Even if you want to give him to Los Boricuas, if you want to give him uh to Crush's gang, Disciples of Apocalypse.
Disciples of Apocalypse, DOA.
Uh, just want to do like 4 versus 4, or then Nation of Domination, whichever variation you want to give them.
They would have
Uh,
killed it.
yeah, I just think the 2000s was kind of still a little late to the ball, but enough that there was still there. But some of the main courses were kind of already finished by that point. Best description I can really say,
Yeah.
but I really think it should have been like more like 96, 97,
Yep.
or again, they could have existed in 94, 93 at least. Can you imagine how they would stood out
Agreed.
against Vincent's clowns and his silly gimmicks? Just okay, just maybe just feed these dumb gimmicks to them and just watch them just get torn to pieces.
They would have
I
tore up
mean,
DX. They would have tore him up. Eddie and Benoit alone would have tore him up. I haven't even mentioned Dean Malenko, and Dean Malenko was a submission specialist. We already know that. If you know
mhm.
wrestling, you already know that. But Luis has something to say. I'm gonna let Luis take the mic because I know he wants to say something about the Radicals.
Oh, you already know, man. Chris and Eddie, two-thirds of the three amigos, as I like to call them, because you already know who the third one is.
Yep.
And Chris, if you were watching New Japan when Chris Jericho came back to New Japan to fight Kenny, that somebody drew a painting for him, Eddie, and Chris Benoit. And he dedicated that match to them three. And I like to call them the three amigos. Because at one point, Pegasus Kid, Eddie Guerrero, and
Oh,
Corazon de
Pegasus.
Leon, right? They were all over there together. So it's like, and I love how Chris just went to bat for Benoit. He just says, "You guys don't need to tell me. I knew more than I ever talked about. About Chris. That I refuse to remember him that way. You guys are entitled to do whatever you want with that, but I don't want to hear things like, "Oh, you're dedicating a match to a murderer," blah blah blah. He's like, That's not what I'm doing, and I don't appreciate you guys saying that. Remember that? I don't know if you guys saw his Twitter at the
Yeah.
time when he
Yeah.
dedicated that his first match back to New Japan to
Yeah. I saw
Eddie
it.
and Chris. Yeah, but I love that. That was great. And like the Radicals, like you said, they were very underutilized. It's a damn shame. But you know, definitely kickstarted what would end up being the downfall of WCW, right?
Yeah. Four masters in the ring. Four masters. Wrestling maestros, dude. Four of them. All four of them. Benoit, Guerrero, Malenko, and Saturn. They were four technicians. Four
Incredible.
in-ring masters, dude.
Yeah, man. Like, and again,
Those four were just forget about it. Four of the best to ever do it. They just,
pers personalities.
yeah, I mean, Eddie is, yeah, obviously Eddie. My favorite's always Benoit, but I love Eddie too. And yeah, Malenko and Saturn were great too. But yeah,
Definitely played a season as Chris on that old SmackDown game when he had the purple and black tights. Remember those?
yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, I played a whole season as him. My brother's like, "That was your guy, right?" Yeah, I was like, "That was my guy." Yeah, good old Chris with those Germans and the crossface and the headbutt. Oh,
That
diving headbutt,
crossface looks painful, dude. Oh my
dude.
God.
Oh my God, yeah.
Benoit was strong for not a little guy, but he's tall. He was taller than me, a little bit taller, but he wasn't short or tall. He was average build, but he was a tough son of a yeah. It's Eddie too. He got bigger as he went on. But yeah,
Definitely.
de- technicians. That's all I can say. That was my number 10. So you're number 9, Luis.
Yep, my number 9. We're taking it back to I guess now it's AEW. But when I first started watching it, they were in New Japan still, Chris. They were the Young Bucks with Kenny. That is my number 9. And you can hate them, love them. You can't deny that they got to be the best tag team in the world right now. In present day, me and my brother would go rounds about it because he knows, and these guys I'm going to mention later on for me, but those guys are my greatest of all time, the ones I will mention later on. But the Young Bucks are arguably right up there with them. And it's not a surprise because the Bucks themselves said that this team that I will mention later on, which you guys probably already know who, were an inspiration to them. And it was funny because the Bucks would wear the ring attire that this team would debut in back in the Attitude Era. So it's crazy. But yeah, my number 9 is Matt and Nick Jackson, the Young Bucks, and you guys probably remember them in the TNA days because they were there too. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, they were.
Telling
Yeah.
Don Callis, yo, we remember you. Yeah, your checks would bounce. Remember that?
Yes.
They called them
The
out on
checks that he
AEW.
called them out on that shit. That's when I was like, yo, these guys are tripping.
He called them out on that shit. Yeah, your checks were no good.
Yeah, classic
Oh,
TNA
God.
segment. Classic TNA segment. Love
Oh
that.
my God. Yeah.
But yeah, love them or hate them, the talent's there. It's
Oh yeah.
definitely there. It's
It's
definitely
the TK driver, as they like to call it.
there. Oh man.
And that V trigger, that ultimate V trigger that they got. Don't even get me started on the super kick party, right?
Painful. Ouch.
Dude, dream match, them versus the New Day, right?
Oh yeah. I don't have
Or
the
the
New Day on my
Usos.
list, but they're an honorable mention.
Definitely. So that's my number 9, the Young Bucks.
Classic. Classic. Christian, you're number 9.
So this one's gonna be a bit of an odd one, but I think that's why I put them on my list. It's going to be the team of Gaddis from NXT UK, and just the presence of Joe Coffey, Wolfgang, and you'll remember I'm thinking on, but just these UK fellows with their bodies, like they just look older than they are. They just have that old classic look that you imagine like guys from the United Kingdom would look, just hairy man, just like kind of that bigger body, whether it be all the ale they drink over there or mixing up with like the way they train, because you could tell it doesn't look like they go to gym to be bodybuilders. They look like they've been going just into the wrestling ring, just like crunching up over there with each other.
Yeah.
So just aesthetically wise, and just how much they helped that brand, that NXT UK brand, with the presence, with what they brought into that British, Irish, Scottish, that that whole aisle, that style together, where it was so different watching the NXT in the United States and the NXT United Kingdom. Like you had something completely different, like almost like you were watching a completely different company altogether. And that was such a refresher just from what you normally would see in WWE back in like in that late 20 teens. So I just
Mm-hmm.
give big props to Gathers for just trying to be something completely different. And again, it's going back to Joe Coffey, his big body, like you don't see that kind of body anymore these days.
Yeah.
It looks similar to like where you saw the 80s, like when guys kind of had like that more rounder shape. And again, you could see like Van's probably like pulling his hair, like, why do we have a guy like this? Like, why is he in the gym? I could kind of see that, like,
Mm-hmm.
make him lose that weight. So, a refresh, just having that UK flavor into that WWE recipe.
Yeah, the classic English look, yeah, and humor for sure. I agree. I agree. That Dusty Rhodes look, oh, take me back. I wasn't around then, but I know what you mean. Number 9, you already mentioned it, and it's the New Age Outlaws. And with that, I'm including DX because you can't have one without the other. Obviously, the New Age Outlaws came into DX a little later, still during the Attitude Era, but let's just talk about the New Age Outlaws. You already talked mostly about them. I remember the first time I saw them was WrestleMania 14. Saw that on TV. They had that classic dumpster match with Terry Funk and Cactus Jack. It's one of my favorite matches they've ever done. How they That was a brutal match. They had the forklift involved. How Terry Funk back then as Chainsaw Charlie threw him in the dumpster, shut him in the forklift. They started slamming that shit. They were tag team champions going into that match, and then Cactus Jack and Terry Funk obviously took the titles. They won that match. That was classic. And then, their angle with the Hollies, if I remember correctly, Hardcore and Crash Holly. They had that little rivalry going as well. And then they had lots of great matches. Obviously we mentioned TNA, the Voodoo Kin Mafia. That was a good run. Solid. And then they reunited in the 2010s, mid 2010s. In Chicago, I saw them live too. That was a pretty good moment. Kind of reminded me of the past. Always entertaining. Road Dogg on the mic. We already know he's good. And Mr. Billy Gunn, sort of, on the mic, he was no slouch either. But his in-ring talent, he still looks good today at 60,
Dude,
Billy
real
Gunn
cowboy, right?
still looks the same as he did 30 years ago. It's crazy. But,
Bart was his cousin, right?
Bart Gunn, yeah, the Smoking Guns. I remember those guys too.
Knocked out JBL, but baby, that was great. That was my
Yeah,
favorite. That
yeah.
was the best part of that.
They knocked out the Blackjacks. Yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah. That's WrestleMania 11. Yeah. It's a long time ago, but I still remember that. That's classic. That's classic. But yeah, the New Age Outlaws, D-Generation X. Obviously, we know D-Generation X.
Mhm.
They had a feud later on with a tag team that's in my top five, but I'll get into that later. For now, that was my number 9. I'm gonna hand it to Luis for his number 8.
Oh, dude, perfect segue here. You mentioned Crash, my favorite. To me, he's the best hardcore champion ever. That 24-hour thing, if we ever talk about that,
24/7, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they tried to bring that back. They couldn't do it the way he did. May he rest in peace. I hope we get a Dark Side of the Ring episode on him. He deserves it.
He
I
died
love
really young.
Crash.
He died
Oh
really
yeah.
young.
Dude, Chris, nice job with that pick, man. I wanted to say, yeah, I think he definitely has Kenny's notes, Jose.
Yeah, he does for sure.
And that brings me to my number 8, though, because I'm doing another classic one here. My number 8, LOD, the Road Warriors, the Legion of Doom, Animal and Hawk. I'm so proud to say they're from Illinois, right? They're from Chicago.
They're from Chicago,
Hailed
yeah.
from here. Oh
Yeah, hell
my
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Dude, that Dark Side of the Ring special, where he's managing AOP right now, but he
Hmm.
talks about their manager. I don't know why his name's escaping me right now.
Paul Ring.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Ellering talking about driving that van up and down the country with them, man.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy that they're both gone.
Dude,
That
yeah,
blows
but
my mind.
I'm so glad they were able to get Animal just in time for those interviews, man.
Yeah, they
For that
got him in
episode,
time. Yep.
they did. It was just meant to be.
Yeah.
But I love them. I like you mentioned there. They have one of the most signature moves, right?
The,
The death
the,
device.
the Doomsday device.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Doomsday device. Yep.
Yep.
And I just, dude, love that move.
Hoisting the opponent on your shoulders and then one go on the top rope and just close down him. Yeah, that
Flying
was classic.
clothesline. Yeah, dude,
Classic.
dude. And then that again, the showmanship, the stage presence with that gear and
Their
that face
look,
paint.
yeah, that entrance.
Oh yeah, Mad Max,
Mad Max, yeah.
apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
I'll get into them later, but yeah, they're coming up. They're coming up
that's
for
my
sure.
number 8 for me.
Yeah, great. Top 10 worthy.
Oh
Important
yeah,
tag team. I think they're Kenny's number 1 tag team. So if we had a list, that would be his number 1 is the
I
Road
would believe
Warriors.
it. I
Yeah,
believe
the
it.
Road
I
Warriors are his
believe it.
favorite. The Road
Yeah,
Warriors
that,
are his
Bet.
favorite. So Kenny,
They
this one's
cracked
for
my
you.
top 10.
Yeah, they're in my top.
yeah,
They're on mine too. Trust me. We'll get into that later.
yeah. Chicago, yeah, a bunch of Chicago guys. Like, man, like you can't go wrong with them and just presence, everything. I think you
Yeah.
guys said all. Nothing escapes anything. I will say this. One of those very, very hidden matches. Again, going plugging in the WWE vote. Road Warriors versus CM Punk and
Oh yeah.
the other ones. Like I had no idea like that was even a match, and that was just on the Velocity when Velocity was a thing. Like, are we
I
old?
remember
Did you see
Velocity.
that? Oh, oh, I feel like we were old men when we talk about Velocity because
Yeah,
they,
Velocity was 20 years
And
ago at
Heat
least. Yeah, a long time ago. A
yeah,
and
long
and the
time
Road
Heat.
ago.
Warriors were there. I
Yeah.
think about that too. The Road Warriors being on Velocity, like, is that even a concept? Hey, hey, did you see the Road Warriors and their Velocity match? I'm like, what are you smoking? And then you see it like, no way, this was a thing. Oh man, can you imagine if the Road Warriors were part of the SmackDown brand, like
Oh
time?
my
How much they could change
God.
that brand?
They'd have
Just think
tore
about
the
that.
house down. Forget about it. Yeah.
Just to watch them like compete for the tag team belts every week.
Ooh, man.
That's a
Played
missed
Animal and
opportunity.
Heidenreich, right?
Yeah,
They tried.
Heidenreich.
But it's not the
Yeah.
same. Like if it was for
No, Hawk
real,
was
yeah,
gone by then. I think that's what
Huck was
happened, right?
gone. Yeah.
yeah,
Huck
yeah.
was
Now that you
gone.
mention it, Chris.
But
Huck
yeah,
was gone.
with no death, oh my God, like let them be that the SmackDown six of the tag team division, they'd be number one right there, just off of their name and their
Ah,
credibility.
I would have loved to have seen them beat the living crap out of La Resistance in those days. Because
Yes,
fuck those guys, man.
yes, yeah.
That would have been
Oh,
great. Oh,
Uh,
man.
no, that been like just a stretcher, like just
Yeah.
stretching it.
They would have killed that on SmackDown because that tag team division was just nuts back then. Ruthless
Yeah,
aggression at
exactly.
SmackDown is just peak SmackDown.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Peak SmackDown. Peak SmackDown. Who did that? Was Luis's number 8, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Christian, did you do your number 8?
Yes,
You
I
just
do.
did it. Yeah,
I'm
you
about to
just
do it. I'm about to do it
you're
now.
about to do it. Okay.
Yes.
Your number 8.
So for me, I put the Wyatt family in that.
Wow, I forgot
Yeah,
about Bray Wyatt.
yeah.
Holy
Bray,
crap.
Luke Harper, Rowan, and then you could, and then
Wow.
maybe and just a little bit to the Wyatt Six, but just that group, the way they played on that kind of that hillbilly horror, where everything's
Like,
so distorted, everything is just so mind game, psychological, where it's just that creepy swampness,
yeah,
just making people uncomfortable because just that sheep mask, that talk, like just Bray Wyatt, he'd be a perfect cult leader. He would convince you to join his cult just by the way he puts words together. He's a master of just the English language with his linguistic skills. So,
yeah.
oh my God, big props to that group for what they did. And that time when they needed something like that, like a scary faction that can just terrorize the WWE universe.
The late Bray Wyatt. This promo's kind of reminding me of a mixture between Ravens promos and Jake the Snake Roberts. Just cerebral, good with words, honing in at the camera, and just letting the words flow, if that makes any sense.
Hey,
Hmm.
Bray could have convinced me that the world was flat if he was
Yes.
given the chance of that.
Wow, I forgot about the Wyatt family, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
just
Wyatt
again,
family.
like another example, like you thought they'd be here longer than we thought, but just like, with like Eddie, Chris, the Radicals, they were gone like so quickly, like just
It's crazy
about
that
5 years,
Bray's
six
gone.
years.
It's crazy that Bray Wyatt's gone, dude.
Yeah. And then
That's
Rollins the last
wild.
one.
Oh, and Mr. Brody Lee died. I was so sad, man.
Yeah, Brody too, man. But Bray Wyatt was huge. I remember when that happened, and just it hit the wrestling world like a bag of rocks. It hit hard.
Yeah.
It hit
You didn't
hard.
Yeah.
you didn't expect it again.
No, no one saw it
Like
coming at all.
and,
I
and,
didn't see it
and
coming.
again, a chapter like we thought we had more time. We found out we don't have more time with these guys.
Super
And
young too. Super young.
think about this too, Rowan, whatever age he's at, that's probably like near the same age when Dean was probably when he lost his friends. Think about
Yeah.
that, like both Malenko and Rowan, probably look back at their dead friends, like, trying to move forward with their lives.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Eddie didn't even reach 40, which is crazy. And I think
Yeah.
Benoit barely reached 40, if that. And
No, I don't think he
he,
did.
No, I think he almost did, or barely,
Maybe.
if that at all. It was wild,
Maybe.
wild how they all died young, you know.
Hmm.
But Bray Wyatt was huge. I forgot about that. That Wyatt family was crazy.
Yeah.
That was a wild time.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my number eight. So
Number eight.
thank you. Thank
Holy
you
Solid
guys.
shit.
pick.
Thank you.
Yeah, great pick. Now we're talking about the heavy hitters. All right, number eight. Number eight, we talk about goats and we talk about microphone work. We talk about, promos. One of the guys in this next team had the greatest Hall of Fame speech of all time. Hard time, or what was it? Hard times don't last, but bad guys do. My number eight is the NWO. And for all time's sakes, let's just throw in the Wolfpack in there. The NWO and Wolfpack. Legendary. I'm not even going to talk about the clique because, yes, they are, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall. People talk about, Hulk Hogan in the 80s. I wasn't around for that. Hollywood Hogan, I had this conversation with Kenny in our previous episode. For a long time, it was the greatest heel turn of all time. When Hulk Hogan turned heel in WCW and aligned himself with the NWO, I was like, yo. Now looking back, I'm like, that is great. Hollywood Hogan is a different beast from Hulkamania Hulk Hogan. Like Hollywood Hogan was probably what the 80s kids wanted and us in the 90s got. That's the Hulk Hogan I remember. And then you throw in Kevin Nash, you throw in Scott Hall, you throw in Scott Steiner, Eric Bischoff was a member. Everybody and their mother was a member of the NWO. X-Pac, I mean, HBK in the WWE was in the NWO for a little bit. And then the Wolfpack, you had Sting, you had that tough theme. They both had really amazing themes. C Murder with the Wolfpack theme, and then NWO taking the sample from Jimi Hendrix, a lot of Jimi Hendrix tunes, and just mashing it into one single theme. Fantastic, legendary. NWO Wolfpack. That's my number eight.
Dude.
Enough said.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Oh, the bad guy, man.
Scott Hall is the GOAT. Oh,
He really is. I love that guy.
I
I
love him.
really, really, really wished he fought off his demons because he gave us so much in wrestling, dude. You mentioned it, NWO. How he saved Hulk Hogan's career with that turn. There wouldn't be a Bullet Club, right, Christian? There wouldn't be a Bullet Club without him, man. That Too Sweet wouldn't
No.
be doing that, brother. And then what about Sting? I know Kenny said he didn't like it, but that was my favorite Sting. I love that rafter
Yeah,
stuff, man.
crossing
Yeah,
matters.
I love that movie. Fucking Skarsgård
So
trying
do
to
I.
remake it,
So do
dude.
I. Yeah.
Nobody's taking over Brandon Lee. What?
Shout out to
And
Brandon
then
Lee. Rest in peace. Yeah.
yes, but dude, Razor, he is beyond. And then what he did for
Ah,
Hiroshi Tanahashi, man.
Chico,
Uh,
man. Oh,
hey yo, yeah, hard work pays off. Bad times don't last, but
but
bad
bad guys
guys
do.
do. I love that speech. You totally got it on the last top
Every
20.
everybody loves Scott Hall, man. I love Scott Hall to death. Still,
My wife loves him. My
yeah.
wife loves him. I'm telling you. She never was into wrestling. And then she watched him and just, who is this guy? You know?
Scott.
She watched his podcast, DDP saving him. Dude.
Oh, DDP. Oh, forget about it. Diamond Dallas Page is my guy. Yeah, I love Diamond Dallas Page. They killed him in WWE, but WCW, he was the man. TNA, he was pretty good
Yeah.
too. His rivalry with
Yeah.
Raven is one of my favorites. Him and Raven going at it was great. Love that shit. But Scott Hall, charisma personified.
Oh, yeah.
Love it.
The
Love it.
innovator. So
Yeah.
much. He created so much. I still wish he was here.
And that
And he
Razor's
fought off
Edge.
his demons. Uh,
Oh,
Dude, yeah, his move. Oh yeah. Oh, one of my favorite stories I wanted to share with you. Allstate Arena. Me and my brother were there for that weekend of Survivor Series when they did the first time NXT War Games Survivor Series,
Oh, okay,
SmackDown
yeah,
and Raw, the package.
yeah,
There were these two guys dressed up as NWO, bro, with the
love it,
leather jackets and everything, and the
love it,
toothpick.
love it.
And at some point at the end of the night, they
And the
were like,
Scott
"Drop
Hall
the
strut,
X."
the Scott Hall
Yeah.
strut,
and and he was like, "Drop the
swagger,
X." You know how the referees drop the X when it really had? Yeah, it was so bad, but it
love
was
it.
great,
Yeah,
dude.
I love the NWO and the Wolfpack. Love it.
Definitely.
Legendary, legendary, legendary. But Luis, you're number 7.
My number 7. Now, we talked about this before, how opposites attract and make the best teams. Now, ruthless aggression, baby, because we can't stop talking about it. My favorite forced tag team, Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit. You guys remember
Oh,
that?
wow, yeah. One of my
That
favorite
was
feuds.
I'm gonna drop the German. No, I'm gonna do the German. I did it better than you. No, I did it better than you. That was so great. And they were an unstoppable tag team. Am I right?
Oh my God, those two. Yeah. Kurt Angle for me is the greatest technical wrestler of all time, but Chris Benoit is no slouch. Man, those two together just doesn't make sense, but it kind of does at the same time.
Dude, the odd couple of technical
Yeah.
wrestling.
And
Oh,
fuck it, let's just might as well throw Eddie in there too. Why not?
yeah,
Throw Eddie in there. Yeah, just wow, I forgot about Kurt Angle and Benoit. I guess
yeah.
because their rivalry is so iconic that I always see them as neck and neck
The
going
battle of
at
the
it.
Yeah.
German suplexes, as I like to call it, man.
Ooh, those
Because they
German
both
suplex.
did those German, yeah, dude, yeah. And then what was I going to tell you? The most recent one I can think of is when Mick was managing Raw and he put Sheamus and Cesaro together for the bar. I was like, oh, you're doing the classic Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit tag then?
Yeah,
Okay, I saw that
yeah,
formula there. You know?
yeah, yeah. Cesaro was Benoit and Sheamus was Kurt Angle. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah,
Yeah. Wow, what a great one. That was Kurt Angle before he hit his prime too. He was getting there.
yeah. Right before Wrestling Machine, before he leaves WWF
Woo,
or
TNA Kurt Angle was his
WWE.
prime. TNA Kurt
Drop
Angle was
the
his
E.
prime. Yeah.
Yeah, drop the F. I forgot. Get the
TN,
F out.
TNA Kurt, the birth of Perk Angle. Yeah.
Kurt Angle.
Perk Angle is prime Kurt Angle.
I want to go back and watch all those, by the way.
Yeah.
His TNA stuff. I've only randomly seen them.
His TNA debut is the greatest debut I've seen from anyone because it was I remember when that happened. That was prime TNA, by the way. That was 2006. It had to be
Hmm.
around this time, October, November. I remember it clearly. I was watching that and nobody knew. This was back before spoilers, right? They were starting to come up, like the whole spoilers on the internet. Nobody knew Kurt Angle was going to jump to TNA. So when he made the jump, I was like, holy shit. That can't be. I was like, somebody pinched me. I must be dreaming. So I had to pinch myself, right? Because it was just me. Kurt Angle in TNA. I was mesmerized because he's already one of my favorites, right? But then that run made him my top 3. Made him a top 3 for me.
Fun fact: he's Kenny Omega's favorite wrestler.
No, I'm not surprised. He's
Yeah,
up there. He's my 3rd favorite. Kurt is in the conversation. It's Kurt Angle, man. I love Kurt Angle.
Right.
dude.
The milk truck, forget about it. Yeah.
You said it before I could. Yeah, that milk truck.
The,
Trying to replay the old Austin beer truck with
the
Vince.
Austin beer truck. Yeah. Kurt with the milk
Oh,
truck. Ah, yeah.
that was great.
Amazing. Amazing.
Or I'm just a sexy
I'm
Kurt.
oh,
I
yeah, I'll make
your
your ankle hurt. Jimmy
When he's
Crack
feuding,
Cornyn. I don't care. I got
yeah,
Olympic
when
gold.
he's
Yeah.
feuding with Sean, right? When he was
With
feuding with Sean.
with Austin. That was the segment with Stone Cold when they were backstage strumming guitars and shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was the Alliance, if I remember correctly. Right around that era.
Mhm.
Classic. Classic. But yeah, Kurt Angle, Benoit. Doesn't
Yep,
make
that's
sense,
my
but it makes
number
sense.
7. Oh yeah, it made it look great.
Yeah, two masters.
Chris?
Chris, you're number 7.
Okay, well, guys, so I apologize right now because I think I should have done this on Saturday. I'm really short on time, so I'll have to just give you my top 7. I'll just give you my thoughts on that.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I apologize, guys. I should
No,
really
you're
do this.
fine. You're
So,
fine.
yeah, just because I thought it'd be a 2, maybe 3 hour podcast, so
Oh, absolutely.
I should be more mindful.
No, you're fine.
So not my cuss up, but just give you kind of like a rundown. I'll go from that 7 to 1, and I'll give you my thoughts on everything else.
Okay.
So, all
Lay it
right.
on us.
So, yeah. So, just to wrap things up on my end, for my time being short, because I gotta bounce, do something else. So,
Understand.
you want to be giving everyone something here. So, number 7 will be the Dudley Boys. Number 6, the Steiner Brothers. Number 5, the Briscoe Brothers. Number
Yeah, yeah.
4, the Von Erich brothers, both the old Von Erichs and the new Von Erichs. So
Oh,
I put them all
wow.
together.
I
Yes.
love it.
Number 3, the Road Warriors. Number 2, the Hart Foundation. Number 1, and again, this is my personal favorite, LAX.
The Latin American
So
Exchange.
yes,
Wow.
the American Exchange, yeah.
Which
Recent
one? The OGs or
the OGs with
The OGs.
Santana? No,
Hernandez and Homicide.
Santana,
Hernandez. Yeah.
Hernandez
Hernandez.
and Homicide. You know,
Homicide, yeah.
Yeah.
just what they
Conan.
so yeah. And just kind of work my way down. So I like LAX, number one reason because they represented, us Hispanics, us Latinos, and it was great just seeing these guys just embrace that, I guess, that viewpoint on how the Americans were seen just as just gangs with the bandanas, with the hoods, with the jean shorts, the jeans, whatever you want to call it, with the
Jorts.
fish expressions, just everything, like just being from the streets, and it was just great matches, whether it be with like Christopher Daniels, AJ Styles, whether they clash with Team 3D, just any tag team, like they gave some great matches. So that's why I give Alex my top
Yeah.
spot just for, and their longevity, because they still have different iterations, and
Yep.
especially if they're managed by Conan, a good mouthpiece for them, and then just everything they've been doing, just their namesake and how much they mean to TNA for that company and for that tag division, because
Yes.
they were just something different altogether.
Yeah, different.
And then the Hart Foundation, Bret Hart, Neidhart, just for what they've done in the 80s and 90s for the tag division, for their family's sake, the name, the legacy. Bret Hart's one of the you know, top wrestlers out there for his skills, the way he thought about the business, the way he cared for his family, everything. So just amazing, just seeing how that tag team just went through those eras. And then the Von Erichs, you guys really covered the Von Erichs, like would be David, Kerry, Kevin, Chris, and Mike, the father, uh, Fritz, just
Nick.
what they mean for everything. And then the new Von Erichs. And again, I put them there too because I've had communications with both Marshall and Ross. And man, like the way they interact with me, and they posted one of my funny posts that they really got a kick out of, where they were doing push-ups together, like brother, like wheelbarrow push-ups. And I just wrote to them like on social media, like, this is how brothers brother. And both of them got a tickle of it, like, because they've never seen or have seen like a play on words like that before. Because they are such brotherly brothers, just because I have my brother. We're kind of like that too. Like, if you've seen the Von Erich brothers just the way they play with each other, the way they kind of like, you know, have that fun go at each other. That's what me and my brother are. Like I see both Marshall and Ross like me and my brother. Like what they would do, me and my brother probably like doing right now at home. So again, that's really personal for me. Just like, well, like how how close we can be just in that brotherly aspect. And then, the Briscoe brothers got to meet those gentlemen before what happened to to Jay. You know, I was able to get their autographs, and that's such. I've never had an autograph from wrestler who would die eventually. Like I have autographs from wrestlers. Jay is the first wrestler I ever had their autograph, and they would die within like a year later. So I'm like, wow, like I'm happy I got to meet him before his passing because now
Hmm.
that one autograph I have for him is memorabilia to me.
Oh, absolutely.
I can't believe I have it, and I'm hoping Mark is can keep going whatever he's doing, just a single. I'm pretty sure he's gonna have more of a future. But man, like just what they've done for Ring of Honor those days, like just how different they are, just like these Delaware boys, just hardcore matches, or they get like the more technical aspect. Just gotta love these guys. Just and again, they just come from humble beginnings, like versus some other wrestlers that have had like a longer lineage in terms of like being in the family business. And then same thing with like the Steiner brothers. That's number six for me. Uh, just crazy, obnoxious brothers that have wrestled in college, University of Michigan. They've got to experience like around the world. They got dressed for New Japan, get to bust heads over there to have like international presence. And then, going to WCW, WWE, and then there's some other stint with TNA. I
With
know
TNA.
Rick didn't get much highlight there, but yeah, Scott, he does his own thing. He's become a meme in the wrestling world just by his math promo and
Give me the
yeah,
effing mic.
yeah.
He says that in one word. Give me the effing mic.
Yeah, just Scott, like, he's doing well for himself. And then we got highlight of Braun Breaker, Rick's son, just what he's doing right now, how well he's being taken care of in WWE. And he's a very big, I would say he is one of the epitomes for sports-based wrestling, alongside like Gunther, alongside with other guys of that caliber where they can just really just get in the ring and just give us that old school feel, but with a modern twist to it. If that makes any sense, just keeping old, but still having like a new feel to it, that new car smell to it. So that's what I can describe Braun Breaker. And
Ron,
guys
Randy
like
Orton.
yeah, too.
Oh,
Yeah, like that guy's not aging anytime soon. Like he meant
no.
it's so weird just watching stuff that he did in 2010 and we're in 2024, like highlights or replays, like wow, like you just don't see that kind of longevity on him. But he's a different topic. So and then just wrap it up, guys. The number seven would be the Dudley Boys. Longevity, just what they're still doing today, what they mean in tag team wrestling. They've captured belts all over the world, different companies. So they've done it all, they've seen it all, and they really kind of closed their chapter for the most part. As we're recording this video, yes, the NXT special at the ECW Arena did happen. Where Bubba Ray guys tag team match with was it Trick Williams, I believe.
Hmm.
And then Diva making that surprise, bringing the table. So, they're working like with the younger guys, work behind the scenes, like
Yeah.
they're doing well for themselves. So yeah, like and they'll lower down because people who may not like Bubba Ray, especially towards like fans, I know that. That's why he's a little lower. I will put him lower, but I'm trying to be in the middle where hey, I still want to give these guys like props for what they've accomplished in the business. It's just sometimes Bubba, you need to pick your words carefully, or hey, just be a friendly guy. It's not that hard being a nice guy, but I appreciate what Bubba has done for the business, even though there could be a better way to do it. It's like I'll still give
Yeah.
tap him on the back, like, okay, well done, but let's just be better next time, all right?
Yeah.
So
Bully
yeah,
Ray, TNA, good
Bully
old
Ray
Bully
TNA.
Ray.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. The most decorated for a reason, right?
yes,
yeah.
The most decorated for a reason. Not number one in my book, but they're up there.
yeah. I mean, yeah, that's why I put them with the Ram. Okay, just
Yeah.
what they've done. Okay, I can see that just longevity wise. So yeah, so yeah. Well, thank you,
No,
Jose,
thank
for bringing
you.
me here.
Thank you
This is great.
for being here.
I
And
I hope to do this again, and if I am, I'll be better timing wise. Right now, I know I'll be booked up with my other commitments, other errands. Like this is really fun. Like
no, I got
just
you.
being YouTube. I'll be happy to share this with other friends, family members, give you check out, wrestling fans, and
Absolutely.
all that stuff. And then it was great to meet Luis here. Get his
Nice
take
meeting you,
on
man.
some of the stuff. Uh, yeah, guys. What else can I say? Like, I'm on different social medias, whether it be Twitter, Instagram, if people want to see my photos or that kind of stuff. Like I have posted, like I said, the Akira Francisco ring gear. I posted some autographs I've got from whether it be Warrior Wrestling or the NWA. And I do have one Impact Wrestling autograph with like Bobby Lashley,
Oh yeah.
Conan, Gail Kim. I'm trying to remember this from back. It's him in my wall over there. I just did not even look at it. I have it up there for everyone to see.
I have
But
Mickey
yeah,
James. That's my prized possession.
Nice.
she might be there. I got to look
Love
and
her.
like
I have Mickey James, yeah.
Good old
yeah.
Mickey.
Right next to Trish. Oddly enough, right?
I
Hardcore,
that'd
hardcore
be
country.
maybe
Exactly.
that'd be another video. Maybe I could just
Oh,
like
absolutely. Yeah, we can go
pull
on for
Oh, our
days.
top
I
20 female wrestlers? Oh, yeah.
Oh, forget about it. Yeah.
I can do
Top 20
hey
Royal Rumbles.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
I can sit here, guys, just pull up different autographs and just show on camera. Here's this
Oh,
autograph of this
absolutely.
person, and just go through. That could be another idea, but
And I was gonna say
yeah,
for anyone listening, it's Cristian Ocampo. Just add him on Facebook, but I'll be sure to tag you on Facebook once the episode is up so you can listen. And for anyone who wants to give a shout to Cristian, thank you for being here. And your knowledge is definitely well appreciated because you live and breathe this. And who else better to be on the show than you? You're a
yeah.
wealth of knowledge, my friend, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, man. And I'll do this just for people that really want to just kind of just see what I have. I try to be very thorough with what I post to make it
Absolutely.
relevant. I'll plug in my Instagram and Twitter. They both have the same handle. You can find me at Ocampo, Ocampo, Latino, Latino. If any curious cats are out there that really just want to see again those pictures of my autographs or Akira's ring gear.
Absolutely.
I may have to post new ones just to kind of update because some of these are older ones from the
Yep.
last few years. So again, thanks, Jose. You are a very good friend as always. I'm
No,
always
thank
glad
you.
to
Thank you
always
as
glad
always.
yeah, always glad to keep me in the loop what you're doing and another extension of just us trying to like do something fun together since we
Absolutely.
busy lives. And Luis, thank you for being here, just being the other wild card here to give us a different like spin though twist on what you bring to this wrestling conversation. So that's really appreciated on your end.
Thanks for having me, man. It was great to meet you. I wish you could stay for the rest. Next time,
Yes,
though.
yes. Next time we will definitely have a long discussion with me
Oh yeah,
here to
absolutely.
the end. Right now, just time constraints, man. Like
No, I
I've
get you. I feel you.
Yeah,
You'll listen to the rest of the episode. Trust me, we'll knock this down for you. And
yeah.
good luck with things. And again, thank you for being on the show and really appreciate it. I'll be sure to tag you once the episode is up. Okay.
perfect, man, perfect. And thank you everyone for being patient with me. I'm pretty sure
No
I've
problem, man. No,
yeah,
you did
to your
great.
viewers, yeah.
You
Thank
did
you
great.
all.
You did great.
Then have a good night, Jose Luis, and to
You too, my
your
friend.
viewers. So peace out, you fine cats out there, and see you all next time.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Yep. Adios.
All righty. Take care, brother. All right, that was Christian, my friends, and he had to take off for the evening, but we're gonna knock this out right away. So you be sure to follow him before I go any further. My number 7. So I'm gonna knock this out. It's gonna be the Road Warriors, Legion of Doom. Enough said. Them coming out to Black Sabbath's Iron Man is classic. NWA, WWE, all their runs are great. Rest in peace to Hawk and Animal. That's my number 7. Your number 6?
My number 6 is, you mentioned him before, in the Brood, but this is what I love about doing this with you, Jose. Our age gaps, I wish Ken would have been able to join us. Christian was great, but our age gaps, we cover everything together with our age.
Yes.
So for me, I caught Edge and Christian ENC when they created the TLC, man. My
Yeah.
favorite freaking match. Dudley's, ENC, and the Hardys. Oh, and then at one point it was Chris Jericho and Chris Benoit as a
Yep.
tag team in one match,
Yep.
and then in another match, I believe it was it Chris and Rhino? I
Chris and
forget.
Rhino. Yeah. Chris
Yeah,
and
dude.
Rhino.
Oh my God.
That
But
was a brutal one.
yeah, they were all great. But I remember having the TLC DVD growing up.
Yeah.
Um, and that's my number 6, ENC, baby. As I like to what I always hear, Edge, right? Hide your wives.
Hide your wives. Yeah. WrestleMania 16 and 17, they did the TLC thing. If I remember
Yeah.
correctly. 17's a classic. Go watch that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Masterpiece of a match. One of the best I've ever seen. Him spearing Jeff from the top ladder is classic. I love that.
Yes, still one of the best spots in the business. I
Yep.
mean, a lot of matches have tried to replicate or do a different thing, but that was the OG right there.
Exactly. It's not the same without those cats. I agree. My number 6, we already mentioned them. It's the Dudley Boys, the most decorated tag team in wrestling history. Not my number 1 because I feel there are others that are better for me or more of my favorites, but they used to be much higher. Still a classic. ECW, they were great. WWE, they were great. TNA, they were not bad either. No slouches. Bubba Ray or Bully Ray in TNA, Devon, Brother Devon, Team 3D, the Dudley Boys. The greatest thing they ever did, though, is when they had the stuttering gimmick and Bubba would come out and go, "We are the and The Rock was, it doesn't matter. Is still a top 5 WWE moment. Oh my God. Funniest shit ever. That's my number 6, the Dudley Boys.
3D baby,
3D.
3D. Get the
Get the
tables.
tables. Devon, get the
Oh
tables.
man, they're in your
Shove them.
top. You and Chris had them on your top 10.
Yeah.
They're on my list, a little higher for me, and I'll get
Oh, I
into
know.
that when we get there. But yeah,
I know.
oh yeah,
Now we're getting into the top 5, right?
5. Yeah,
Top 5. Okay, here we go.
take it away.
Yeah, go ahead. Take it away.
You named them first already, but in my top 5, I love these guys, Billy and Chuck.
Ha, classic.
That theme song, dude, and I gotta say, Billy
Fire.
Gunn's. Oh, yeah, your love's so good to me.
Oh,
Oh, dude,
fire. R&B classic.
it was great.
Classic.
Me and my buddy growing up, we were really close, and everybody made fun of us like that. We were Billy and Chuck, man. Everyone thought we were gay because we were so close.
It's so
But
funny.
then when they're like, "Whoa, whoa, we're not that kind of guy." Remember at
Yeah,
the
we're
wedding
not
ceremony,
gay. It was just a
Rico?
publicity stunt.
Yeah, and Rico's trying to marry. Whoa, we love each other, not like that.
Yeah, not like that. Absolutely.
Like
Oh
brotherly
man.
love.
Shit was crazy. Yeah, that song is an R&B classic, and shout out to Santina Morella Santino for using that as her theme, her theme. Eventually, later on, I remember when she entered, he or she. It's hard to say. We're gonna say she because it was Santina, but it's Santino Morella for those of you who don't know.
Yeah.
When she entered the Rumble, I remember her coming out, or him, it's weird to say her, coming out to
Yep.
that song. He used that song, You Look So Good to Me. Fire entrance theme. Fire entrance theme. I forgot to mention that. Good on you for mentioning that.
Oh yeah. I
Great
love them.
entrance.
And then Billy Gunn, I don't know how many times we mentioned them in the top 20 for all the times he's been in a part of something. Most recently, the acclaimed, he's daddy ass, and he's got his sons, Austin and Colton. And he's the king of tag, I think.
The king
Billy?
of tag, yeah.
Oh my God. He is the king of tag, the way all the teams he's been a part of or he's helped push.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
And that's my number five.
Underrated wrestler, but he never quite made the jump to main event status like a Rock or an Austin, sadly. But
His charisma was there, though.
he has charisma and his ring work's really good too.
Oh yeah, Famouser.
Yeah, Famouser's great. Yeah, the one and only two, the back finisher he had at one point when he
Hmm.
went as the one Billy Gunn, he had a different finisher, but that
Hmm.
was great too.
Oh
But
yeah,
Billy and Chuck, I love. I would have put him higher, but there's just, I mean, my number
I had
five.
to. Mike's
Yeah,
childhood.
yeah, I love Billy and Chuck. I love Billy and Chuck. Don't sleep on them, kids. Watch Billy and Chuck. They weren't around for long, but yeah, iconic moments. Ruthless aggression, man. Gotta
Oh
love
yeah.
it. My number five, picture the rated R superstar in one corner and the legend killer Randy Orton in the other. My number five is rated RKO. Man, you want to talk about a team that wasn't around for that long, but rated RKO? Randy as the legend killer, super douchebag, but great. Edge as rated R superstar at that time was equally as big a douchebag. You put them together, two of the biggest pricks in wrestling history, and it just worked. Them taking on DX was just classic. Classic. I love Randy. Randy's in my top five of all time. Edge, I love too. Fire entrance theme. Had the greatest return ever at the Royal Rumble 4 years ago. Kenny and I talked about that in a previous episode. But yeah, man, Randy Orton and Edge together was just a recipe for success. Should have been around longer, but it makes sense why they were around such a short amount of time because those two are big characters, big enough characters to be on their own.
Oh, dude, that match they had on Edge's return where they
Yeah,
fought each other, that was a solid backstage match, bro.
solid match,
During
dude.
that COVID era.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Randy and Edge, man, rated RKO. That's my number five.
They carried Raw that time during that time.
Edge did, yeah,
Yeah.
and Randy carried SmackDown. Who would have?
Yeah. Yeah, because John was on Raw. That's right. It's at
John
this
was on
point.
Raw. Yep.
Batista was on SmackDown too at this
Batista was on
point.
SmackDown. Yeah,
Yep.
solid rivalry against Batista.
Yeah.
That's number five, and you're number four.
Going into number four, another team that you've mentioned, but this is my childhood. This is one of my favorite teams. Team Angle, Charlie Haas, Shelton Benjamin. You guys talked about the gold standard already. So let me talk about Charlie Haas. If you noticed at Charlie Haas's arm, he has the name Russ on there. That
Yeah,
is for his brother. His, may he rest in peace. I guess in Ring of Honor, they were the world's greatest tag. Him and his brother Russ, and Shelton took over that spot for him, and they just killed it. I actually wanted. I tweeted Tony Khan. I wanted him to sign Shelton, which he did. He's going for the whole Hurt Syndicate thing. Maybe Charlie said he didn't want to come back, but since he's got Ring of Honor, I wanted him to get Charlie and Shelton come back for another quick run at a tag. Doing a memory of Russ and Ring of Honor. Because
yeah,
he needs to bring up Ring of Honor. So I was
right.
hoping that he would make like a tag team classic with Shelton and Charlie giving one more go at it, and in honor of his brother, that tournament. That's what I wanted. But you got your dream bookings, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Total missed opportunity. I love Team Angle. Great
Oh
pick.
yeah. And that signature move, the leapfrog,
Oh, the leapfrog, yeah. There's just
dude.
some in the waters in the ruthless aggression years that just the tag teams were great.
Oh yeah.
It's just- as evidenced by our list, ladies and gentlemen, those who are listening, you'll see. My number four is gonna be the Hardy Boys. It's gonna be Jeff and Matt. Jeff is in my top 20. Matt Hardy, as version one Matt Hardy, great run. Him on his own in that time period was great. I hate how WWE did him dirty with that love triangle between him, Lita, and Edge. Foul. Horrible storyline. Not a fan. The Hardys are great though. TLC legends. It's between them and the Dudleys. You can flip them back and forth, which one I prefer. It's so tough to call, but because Jeff is one of my favorite singles wrestlers, it's the Hardys. I lean more towards the Hardys. High Flying Masters. Yeah, that's my number four.
Solid number four. And I will definitely have a lot more to say to it. Right now, I just gotta say, I can't believe Chris did not have them on his list.
Yeah, that was wild.
He had a great list. I'm not knocking him at all, but I
No,
was shocked when he hit us with those last picks. I was looking for that, and I didn't hear it. I was like, "What?
he did
No
say his
kidding."
favorite ones.
Yeah,
Mission was favorites for sure. If it was
definitely.
best tag teams, it'd be a different list, but
That's your number four.
that's my number four. Your number three.
Nice. Number three is Too Cool.
Ah,
Too Cool, Grandmaster Sexy, Scotty Too Hottie, and Rikishi. Love those guys. I'm still waiting for the Dark Side of the Ring on Brian Lawler, Jerry's son. May you rest in peace.
rest in peace, Grandmaster. Yep.
Loved him. My brother. This is my brother's favorite tag team of all time. He loved the Rikishi and the Grandmaster Sexy and Scotty Too Hottie stuff. It's amazing that Scotty Too Hottie has gone on record to say that me and Brian, we didn't get along like that. Like we weren't best friends. I didn't dislike him, but the chemistry in the ring was definitely in the ring only. He said because Brian lived the Grandmaster Sexy life.
Yeah, he
Like
had his inner demons outside of the ring for sure.
yeah.
Yeah, they need to do that Dark Side of the Ring for Brian for sure.
They do. And then I
Yeah,
always loved the dance
the
and
dance
the
is great.
music. The
Yeah,
music was great.
the music was
Good
great. Yeah,
song.
absolutely. Started off as too much. I remember when they started off in the Attitude Era. Not a good gimmick. And then when they became too cool, awesome. Loved it.
I love it. Yeah.
Loved it. Yeah. Not on my list, but a super honorable mention. Great, great time though. Love too cool.
That's when I
Should be on
started
my
watching. So
yeah. Should be on my
number three.
list. My number three is probably comprised of the two greatest big men that the WWE's ever seen. It's gonna be Kane and The Undertaker. It's the Brothers of Destruction. That's my
I
number
knew
three.
it.
Yep. The
Nice.
Brothers of Destruction as my number three. Great rivalry in the beginning, right? When they brought Kane in to take out The
Survivor
Undertaker
Series?
at Survivor
Mm-hmm.
Series. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
At In Your House, Survivor Series.
Mm-hmm.
Them facing off for WrestleMania 14. Undertaker won that match. And then they unite them, make them the Brothers of Destruction. Biker Taker and Kane in his prime almost. Kane was intimidating back then for a guy that big, and he was so agile in the ring. And obviously Taker's a legend. He's top 10. Kane should be up high in my top 20. He wasn't, but he is in my honorable mentions. This is one of my favorite tag teams. Kind of short-lived, but still have reunited on and off. That's my number three. Taker and Kane, Brothers of Destruction.
Dude, Kane had that record for the Royal Rumble, eliminations for the longest time. I think Roman has it now. I think they may have given it to him, but Kane had it for the longest time. And he was my brother's favorite growing up. Kane, yeah, he was his favorite. That those flames, oh,
Scared me
dude.
as a kid, dude.
My buddy had ramp seats at one of the shows. He said it scared the living Jesus
Oh,
out
I
of him
believe it.
when,
Yeah.
when he came out. Oh man. And then I still to this day, I remembered why I stopped watching after the CM Punk stuff. It was when the Taker streak was ended. I refused to believe that. That ruined it for me. I stopped, I think, after that. I was so upset. So in my heart and in my mind, he's still undefeated at WrestleMania. And I actually was going to ask you to if we got to do a video just on how would you book Undertaker's last match, because I think we would have done it differently than it was done. Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah, Brock didn't need that win. He didn't need it. He didn't need it. I'll get into that later on, but he didn't need it.
No,
I was not a fan of that. It's moving on.
dude. Yeah,
Number two. Wait, no. Who
yeah.
did
Number
who
two.
yeah, you're number two. Yeah.
Yep.
You're number two.
My number two, you and Chris both mentioned them already. They're a little higher for me because they were a huge part of my childhood and my favorite TLC match, the Dudley Boys. Bubba and Devon, get the tables, baby. Me and my buddy, we used to play wrestle all the time. We had the cardboard boxes because we didn't want to injure ourselves too
Ah,
much.
yeah. We did the
But
same
I
thing.
was Devon and he was Bubba, and yeah, we went crazy, man.
Yeah,
Good
man.
old the 3D, the Bubba Bomb, the Saving Grace,
The
as he
was
called it when he was Reverend Devon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Devon
dude.
jumping from the top rope, nut
Oh, to
cracking
that
dudes in
drop.
the ring. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the
And
Dudley Boys are a great time.
they're my number two.
Number two for a reason. I mean, they should be higher on my list, but man, there's some sentimental cats on here. Like my number two pick. Number two is as gimmicky as it is, but they had a great segment. They had a great rivalry, first of all. And then they united them for some reason. So my number two is the Rock and Sock connection. The Rock and Mick Foley as Mankind teaming together for some strange reason. They had a great rivalry leading up to their unification, right? Steve Austin had Dude Love. Triple H had that rivalry with Cactus Jack, classic. And The Rock had Mankind. But for some reason, Vince thought, why not put them together? And it worked. This Is Your Life is one of the greatest Raw segments in history.
I love that.
Mankind bringing out his high school football coach, his, I guess, high school sweetheart or college sweetheart, one of the two, and his English teacher, or no, his workshop teacher. He wanted to The Rock wanted to make pancakes, and the teacher wouldn't let him make pancakes. Funny, super funny. And then you had them reunite at WrestleMania 20, taking on Evolution. That was a good time too. They've done on and off segments, but yeah, them doing the double people's elbow on the Big Show is classic as well. Man, Raw was lit back then when you had these two. Then, of course, they're so big, they went on their separate ways. But again, reuniting back and forth, back and forth. A lot of classic segments I can go on forever, against Ken Shamrock, of course, back when Ken Shamrock was in the WWE, taking on Austin. I mean, just, yeah, the whole nine. That's my number two. So now we're going all the way to number one. Yeah, number one. I guess
Finally here.
we're finally here. What's your number one pick? I already know where this is going.
Yep. My number one pick is the greatest tag team of all time. Arguably fine, but for me, it was without a doubt Matt and Jeff Hardy, the Hardy Boys. And you can even throw in Lita in there if you want to the extreme.
Team
But at the end of
Extreme.
the day, after what she pulled, I still, I forgive her because Matt forgave her. Only because Matt forgave her. She did him dirty. But because Matt forgave her, I forgave her. And the Hardy Boys are the greatest tag team of all time. They have done it all over the world and so many organizations. I was a little down about AEW, but I'm still glad they were there. And them and the Bucks, man, magic in the ring. And the Bucks, like I said earlier, they were my number nine.
They're number nine,
And
yeah.
I still love how they wore the old gimmicks, the old attire that the Hardy Boys debuted in.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's
Hmm.
great, man.
Yeah, they started off with Michael Hayes, who Michael Hayes, oddly enough, is now like the vice president
The
under
Freebirds,
Triple H.
right? Half of the Freebirds.
Yeah, for WWE, Michael Hayes has come a long way. Yeah, he used to manage the Hardys. Couple things I didn't like about the Hardys. The broken gimmick, not a fan. And obviously, the whole Willow thing, I'm not a fan of either. But
Mm.
Lita, it's funny how karma works. It always puts people in its place because she was involved with both Edge and Matt Hardy, right? You
Mhm.
fast forward to the present day. Matt Hardy and Edge are both married. They have their own families. They're already settled down. Where is Lita now? I'll leave it at that. That's what
Yeah,
I talked about with Kenny our last episode. I said the
yeah,
same thing and I'm saying it again tonight.
yeah.
Karma just puts people in their place with time, sooner or
Hmm.
later. You know, Edge took
Definitely.
accountability. I guess he wasn't a fan either. Matt definitely, they did him dirty with that. Not a
Yeah,
fan of that angle.
neck surgery and then coming
Yeah,
back to deal with that. Then it gets released too.
yeah, they
Yeah.
leaked that shit. Yeah, they were like voicemails and phone calls leaked and just, yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. I remember Matt calling into a wrestling podcast at one point where Lita was a guest and he was on the phone and he was exposing Lita saying, "Oh, you did this and that," and talk about why you did this and that. It's crazy. You can find it on YouTube. I forget what it's called. I think it's called The Wrestling Show or something like that.
Hmm. I
It's
remember that.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. They leaked it all. They aired all
Yeah,
the dirty laundry out for the world to see. Wasn't a fan of it, but looking back, I see why Matt did it because they were trying to air him out as the bad guy when he wasn't. Terrible. But
definitely, man.
the Hardys are, yeah,
I love them. Poetry in motion, the Swanton bomb, the leg drops. Uh, the reverse twist of fate was Jeff's thing.
the reverse twist of
Matt
fate.
did
Yeah.
the yeah, he did the reverse twist of fate. Matt did the regular one, which I loved how you said it was the innovation of DDP's diamond cutter, right?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's cool.
Yeah.
I always like AJ and Randy's promo, that knockoff diamond cutter.
That knockoff diamond cutter. It's so funny because what started off as the Ace Crusher with Johnny Ace and then DDP with the diamond cutter. And now it's like
The RKO.
the RKO is it became Randy's thing now. You think of a cutter, it's Randy. Bubba Ray did the same thing at one point too. He had the cutter as his finisher.
Bubba cutter, yeah.
Yeah. And then you had the twist of fate as well, which is very and Lita did the same thing.
Yeah.
But Randy took on a different life with the RKO. Because you
Legend
can hit
killing.
that shit out of nowhere, you know? That
Yeah.
RKO against Evan Bourne and Seth Rollins, I have a tough time picking which one is the greatest RKO ever done. The
What about that
RKO.
one he hit on CM Punk at Mania?
Oh yeah, no, it was against Seth Rollins where
He
he
hit
tried to
one on
curve.
CM too.
Yeah, on CM too. Yeah, but the one
Yeah.
on Evan Bourne where he landed on his head,
Oh, from the
crazy,
yeah.
crazy, crazy, crazy. The
That's
way,
another guy, dude. Matt Sydal. My guy has wrestled all over the world. He should be one of the top names ever, too. But
yeah,
I was like, he deserves a world title run. He does. If you go
yeah,
look at his accolades, he's wrestled everywhere.
yep, yep. I'm
Man,
thinking eventually he might get it with Triple H. We'll see. With time, you know, it'll progress into its own thing, but we'll see. I'm kind of curious with this Randy and Gunther thing. I'll be honest with you. Hopefully he gets his title run. They're thinking about Cena breaking the record. I would rather him get a Grand Slam title, honestly, before he retires. I don't want him breaking Flair's record because if anybody deserves it, it's Randy because he hasn't gone anywhere. Why would they give Cena you know, breaking Flair's record? That's a whole podcast. That's a whole episode on its own. But long
yeah.
story short, I don't want Cena breaking Flair's record.
I don't either. I'd rather see Hiroshi Tanahashi versus John Cena. That's what
Yeah,
I want.
his final match will be against Randy. I'm thinking that'll be his retirement match.
Think so?
Yeah, because
for the ninth time.
that rivalry is so classic, man.
I know. They did it so many times.
Yeah, but that in the dark ages of the PG era, the Randy John Cena rivalry was what kept it going.
Yeah.
I wanted to see Cena get his ass beat every time
Yeah.
because I'm a Randy kid and I will always be a Randy guy. So yeah, but I love Doctor of Thugonomics Cena. That's that. Yeah,
That's my fave too.
that's my
That
favorite.
match against Bray in
Woo!
WrestleMania during the COVID era, that was great.
That
He
was a
had
good
him
one.
go through all the stages.
That was a good
That
one.
was awesome.
That was an awesome
Yeah,
match. That was an
that
awesome
was.
match during
Yeah,
COVID too, which is crazy. Which is
yeah.
crazy.
What was your number one,
All right, my
Jose?
number one. My number one, you mentioned it way early. What if I told you that my number one has all their members have a combined total of 50 world titles and 7 Royal Rumble wins across all 4 of them? And what do they all have in common? They all faced The Undertaker at WrestleMania and lost. My number one is you have the Nature Boy Ric Flair in one corner. You have Triple H in the second corner. You have the Animal Batista in the third corner. And you have my guy, the Legend Killer, Randy Orton in the last corner. My number one is Evolution, man. Evolution is my 4 horsemen. My era's 4 horsemen. They were basically the 4 horsemen resurrected, but it
Yep,
makes sense. It was the reason it started was to get Batista and Randy to main event status. That was
yep,
Triple H's idea. Triple H and Ric Flair to try and
yep.
put him over. And I love how they did that. I didn't see it back then, but that's genius from Triple H and Ric Flair, man.
Dude.
How they did that to get Randy and Batista up there. And it worked. It worked because from 2007 to 2010, Batista was that guy. You know, that
Yeah.
world title run was great. Batista was a beast back then. And then Randy Orton in 2009, when he shaved his head and started feuding with
Funny.
Triple H, he started
Instead of
pancaking
funny.
fuckers in the head, man.
Yeah.
This dude was a menace, man. Classic, as classic as it gets. And Evolution was where it all began. You know, Randy Orton hitting RKOs from up high and Ric Flair still killing it. Triple H in his prime, Batista not in his prime yet, but he was getting there. He was still kind of early, but he
Mhm.
was still in his prime. It's funny how that works.
Yeah.
But man, these guys together were just magic. 50 world title wins between the 4 of them is crazy.
You know when
Rick
you put that number there, yeah.
Ric Flair
Wow.
at 16, Triple H and Randy at 14 apiece, and 6 for Batista. That is crazy. And they all won the Rumble at some point. I think Randy won it twice. I know that. Triple H definitely
Batista
won it.
and John Cena tied one time, right?
Yeah, Batista definitely won it. Ric Flair definitely won it too. They all
Yeah.
won the Rumble at some point in their career. But this faction just works for some reason. And again, I said it earlier, the Ruthless Aggression era was the breeding ground for tag teams. And a lot of the tag teams from the Attitude era hit their prime in the Ruthless Aggression period. The Dudleys, the
Yeah.
Hardys, the APA, Evolution came up. They weren't around for long, but it's where Batista and Randy, it was basically the breeding ground to make Batista and Randy into main event status. And again, it worked. And Triple H and Ric Flair, two main event status guys. And crazy to see where Randy has come from then to now. Just insane. And Batista obviously went on to do the acting thing. Dude was in Guardians of the Galaxy, so he is official. You know what I mean? He was in Guardians of the Galaxy, and then Ric Flair. I mean, Ric Flair is Kenny's goat, and then Triple H is definitely one of the goats. And to see him from a butler in the early '90s and now the boss, taking over the company, taking over the WWE in Vince's spot, and seeing the things he's changed around in the WWE, like giving the workers their breaks, time off to be with family. And I
Working with
appreciate
other
that. Yeah.
organizations,
I appreciate that. Yeah, with the UFC and stuff merging together. I appreciate that.
TNA.
TNA for sure. And it makes sense why Triple H did it. I can kind of see why from then to now he would eventually get there because he's been down that road. Triple H has been around the block. He's wrestled. He knows what it's like to be on the road for most of the year.
His
So
story, his career is huge.
it's
Going
huge.
from up, down, from down to up, back down after the kayfabe hug, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the click. I don't like
Yep.
what he did to China. I mentioned this to Kenny the
Yeah,
last episode. I don't like that. How he basically slipped his way to the top. I've been
yeah.
very vocal about it, but what he's doing now with the product, I can actually kind of get behind now because Vince's time was over a long time ago. We can agree on that. WWE definitely needed to change. Whether or not Triple H is the answer, so far, it kind of seems to be the case because he understands the company. He understands what it's like to be on the road in that ring. Sadly, he was forced to retire, right? Because,
Yeah.
he almost died, to make a long story short. But then you have these other guys. I mean, Ric Flair speaks for himself. He's a Hall of Famer. Triple H he's a Hall of Famer too with DX. Batista, I think, just got inducted this year. And it's only, or next year, one of the two. And it's only a matter of time till Randy gets inducted. Because you have Randy, whose father was a wrestler, but Randy
His
completely surpassed
grandfather.
and his grandfather too, but he completely
Yeah,
surpassed them both.
yeah. Although his dad will always have one of my favorite moves,
Yeah,
the
the
superplex.
superplex, absolutely,
Oh my
absolutely. But
God.
what
Oh,
what Randy has been able to do in his career, just him coming back as Survivor Series, classic. And for him to take the role of the Undertaker after he retired as locker room leader, him giving back to the younger guys, your Seth Rollins and your Gunthers and your Jesus Christ, your Finn Balor's and your everybody on the roster today. You know what I mean?
yeah.
He's like the OG now. It's crazy to see him. He came in as this arrogant prick, and now he's a lot older for sure.
Yeah.
He's grown up. He's settled down. He's already been around the block. He's done it all already. 14 times. He's about to be 15-time world champion. I'm convinced with this whole
Yeah.
Gunther angle. You know what I mean? That's going to happen sooner or later. And whether or not he breaks Ric Flair's record is to be seen. I'm thinking he will. I'm hoping he will. And he's already in the conversation for greatest of all time, which is crazy. And he's not even done yet. And he's older, but he keeps getting better.
Yeah.
He keeps getting better. I mean, he dethroned Chris Benoit from my top 5 for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
you know, he put Benoit closer to number 20, and he jumped up to number 5, now number 4, but at number 5 at the time,
Hmm.
and he's not done yet. And it's crazy because my top 3 is my top 3 for a reason. Austin, Rock, and Angle.
Yeah.
But Randy's right there. And Evolution they're just perfect, man. They're just perfect.
Hmm.
They're my 4
Hmm.
horsemen. Where 4 horsemen is Kenny's 4 horsemen, but my 4 horsemen is Evolution. Our
Yeah.
4 horsemen. was Evolution.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, I like to create my own because of Chris, Eddie,
Oh, we can
Chris
create our own
again.
for sure.
Yeah, Jericho, Benoit, Guerrero, and you can throw in Malenko in there.
I would say if I was to create my own, it would be Chris, Eddie, Kurt Angle, and Jericho.
Yeah, yeah.
Because those four, when we talk technicians, like the modern day masters, and even back then, those four would be it. Chris Jericho in particular, how he reinvents himself. He's like a chameleon. As the years go by, he reinvents himself.
I love him, dude.
Yeah, I
I gotta
love.
tell you, he's my goat. He's my favorite wrestler, and I don't know if I've ever told you, I met him on accident.
Yeah, I met him a couple times too.
I met him. I watched Fozzy in 2011 at Mayhem Festival, and I
Yeah,
got him to sign. We talked about Eddie Guerrero. Oh man,
the way
dude,
people mark over Judas, like you could turn Judas off and people will acapella Judas in the crowd. It is crazy
yeah,
what Chris Jericho has done. He's been doing this close to 40 years, and how he's still relevant today just blows my mind. He is in my top 10 for the record. I don't know if you checked out our previous episode, but he is in my
yeah.
top 10
Oh yeah, yeah.
for a
No, I heard
reason.
you.
And
Yeah,
Kenny's not a fan, which baffles my mind.
he talked
But
about the Y2J one, which was I love that one. That was the one I was introduced as a kid. But you gotta love all his work. The List,
the
right?
list is crazy, man. The list is
I
wild.
watched him fight CM Punk at Extreme Rules.
Yeah, the list is wild, man. That's
Yeah,
like that's up there. That's up there. And of
yeah,
course, yeah, we haven't even touched WCW Jericho, but yes, I know Jericho is your GOAT. We have
yep.
talked about it. And it's crazy to see that almost 40 years later, he's still relevant. He's still out there killing it. He just finds a way to mesh with
Reinvent
the current
himself.
market. He just reinvents himself. He's not the same Jericho that debuted in WWE all those years ago on Monday Night Raw in a segment with The Rock. And he's a
Dude,
top five mic worker of all. He's
the
a top five,
original undisputed champion.
the first
Everybody
undisputed
forgets
champion.
that.
Yeah,
Beating Stone Cold and The Rock in one night?
in one night. Yeah, my two goats, my
Yeah.
two goats, The Rock and Austin. I should say Austin and The Rock in that order. Nobody can say that they've beaten Stone Cold and The Rock on the same night, but Jericho.
My buddy got so mad about that. He's like, talk about a guy having a horseshoe up his. I'm like, dude.
I was mad when it happened too, because those two are my goats.
Yeah.
I take those two personally. And when Jericho beat him, I was like, you son of a bitch. But looking back now, I'm like, damn, put some respect on
Yeah.
Jericho's name, because he took out Austin and The Rock when the odds were against him. And I don't know if you knew this, but supposedly Kurt Angle was supposed to be in Jericho's spot, but he got injured because I guess he broke his neck at WrestleMania with Brock Lesnar
Yeah.
when he
On
had
that
that
truth.
match. Yeah.
Yeah.
With Brock broke Kurt Angle's neck, and he still wrestled during the match. Like towards the end, he broke Kurt Angle's neck. Brock didn't break his neck because his neck was so thick, he just had a concussion. I don't know how he survived that, which is crazy. Brock is a
That
freak
shooting
of nature.
star press.
Brock is a freak of nature, dude. Those two are freaks of nature, but Jericho, the first undisputed champion, him taking out Austin and The Rock in one night, and he's not done, and he hasn't slowed down at all. That's just wild. It's just wild, man. But yeah, Evolution's my number one. Didn't dawn on me until recently because my
Yeah.
number one was different. My number one used to be like you, the Hardys. And to see them pushed down over Kane and The Undertaker, The Rock and Sock, and now the Evolution, man, it's wild. It's wild. And
I
they're,
totally get it too. They
yeah,
were on my list. I had them at 20, but they
super
had to be
low,
mentioned.
but man, I didn't say anything because I wanted to talk about them when I
Yeah.
got to them. But
Yeah.
they're all this time they were at my number one. My number one's Evolution. And this might blow Kenny's mind, but He'll understand when he listens to this,
Yep.
but it makes sense. Four of the best to ever do it.
Yeah.
Flair, Batista, Triple H, and Orton. Four goats. What else can you say?
Yeah. That's for sure, man.
And Jericho is a goat. I don't care what Kenny says. Jericho is a goat. Jericho's a goat.
Oh
Jericho is
yeah.
a goat. Jericho is a goat.
The highlight reel, the co-creator of Money in the Bank.
The highlight reel. Oh, and shout out to Jared's show. Jared's show was in my honorable mentions. I wasn't crazy on the Big Show, but that was an underrated tag team. Didn't make sense, but it worked somehow. And that Jericho and Benoit shit's crazy too.
Yeah.
That I forgot about that. So you pulled that out of the rabbit hole out of nowhere.
Dude, they're great. I started watching that New Japan stuff they did when he was Pegasus Kid and Corazon de Leon. He had that long blonde hair,
Yeah,
the lion
yeah.
mane, as we like to call it.
He's got it all, man. You want to talk about charisma, mic work, his promos. Jericho is probably the one guy that could rival Austin. No, could rival The Rock on the mic. He could go toe to toe with Rock on the mic. To me, The Rock is the best on the mic.
Yeah.
As much as I love Austin, he's my goat, but The Rock is the best mic trash talker. But Jericho, he's like right there.
The Nueve. He's
Oh
the
my,
Nueve now.
yeah,
The
he's
9-time champ.
9 times. That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
On four different organizations now.
Yeah,
WWF,
for
AEW, New Japan, and WCW.
WCW, I was gonna say, don't forget that. He was
Yeah.
great in that. And then he just to see him come up from the beginning is just crazy. And yeah, Pegasus Kid. Yeah, him as Pegasus Kid is
And Christian mentioned the Hart Foundation, so I want to mention Stu Hart, the dad,
the
because
patriarch.
he had that the Stu his training. What's it
His
called?
training school, the oh my god, what the hell is the name of that school?
The Hart Compound or the
I
Hart
think it was the Hard Compound, the Hard
the Hart
something,
Dungeon.
the Hard Dungeon. Yep.
Yeah, that's where Chris Jericho and Chris Benoit started off
Yeah,
in his promotion in
and
Canada.
I can see how Jericho took a lot of that, but he turned it into his own.
He did.
Yeah, he turned it into his own for sure. And I see a lot of that in Benoit too. Benoit was crazy. Benoit reminds me of like a modern day Brett. I have Brett a lot higher than Benoit, but they're both, yeah, I mean they're both amazing.
They're in my
And
top 5 for sure.
yeah, oh, or Brett's in my top 5, without a
Yeah.
doubt. Between Brett and Michaels, I love Shawn Michaels, but it's Bret Hart all day. Just in the ring, forget about it.
Yeah.
But Owen Hart as well. Gotta give the notch to Owen.
Yeah.
I heard that had he lived, he would have retired early. Because towards the end of his life and his career, he was pretty much
Mhm.
done. He was done.
Yeah, he wanted to spend time with his kids.
He wanted to he was just a regular dude, regular
Yeah.
family man. He was done with wrestling. He said he was sick of it, being on the road, didn't want anything to do with it. And it's crazy because he was like the oddball in the Hart family, right? The
Yeah.
youngest one, and he just wanted to do his own thing away from his family's name.
Wish he would have gone to WCW with Brett, honestly. You know?
Yeah, he might have had a short run. But I hear that his family will not let the WWE induct him into the Hall of Fame.
No.
And I obviously, if you're listening, you can see why they won't let him because of what happened, right? But
Yeah.
I think Owen deserves it, but it'll never happen.
I
It'll
love
never.
that Tony and AEW do that tournament for him though. That was really cool.
Yeah,
The Owen Hart Foundation. Yeah.
yeah. And the only reason you mentioned the Hart Foundation, I didn't put him in here because I love, as much as I like Jim, is Bret
Yeah.
Hart all day.
I like the new one with Owen and Jim and Davy Boy Smith, British Bulldog.
The British Bulldog, yeah. The late
Yeah,
great British Bulldog, yeah.
yeah, his son's a spitting image of him.
It looks exactly like him. It's like you would
Davy Boy Smith Jr. Have you watched him
yeah,
wrestle in New Japan?
yeah. It reminds me of the reminds me of his dad.
Definitely.
Yeah. Same style, same face and all, same everything.
Yeah,
It's literally like watching him reincarnated. But yeah,
definitely.
Hart Foundation definitely deserves to be on here because Bret Hart is literally a goat. And we talked about the Steiner brothers as well. I didn't have them on there because I barely remember the Steiner brothers. Otherwise, they would be on here over some of these cats. Like I could probably do without, as much as I love Los Guerreros, I could probably take them out and add the Steiner brothers, but I just love Eddie. I do love Eddie. I think Eddie was ahead of his time and died way too young.
Yeah.
Why I put him on the list. And he is a GOAT. He was a GOAT long before he died.
Hmm.
And I love Ray. I should give a shout to Ray, but he didn't make my list.
He was on
Sad.
my list.
Yeah.
Ray and RVD.
I had Demolition on here as well. Axe and Smash.
Oh man.
I had the
I,
use.
I Kenny I think Kenny's not gonna be too happy that we didn't have the fabulous Freebirds. I did mention them though,
You
Ken.
wrote them down too.
I
I wrote
did.
them
They
too.
were right by my
Yeah.
by the Von Erichs. I
Yeah.
mentioned them as my honorable mention.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah.
had the Mega Powers, Macho Man Randy Savage, and Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
I had the Wild Samoans, Alpha and Sika. Kenny loves Alpha and Sika. Neither one of them's with us anymore.
Yeah.
Part of the Anoa'i family, which we didn't even talk about, but big family too. Team
Oh
Hell
yeah.
No, Daniel Bryan and Kane.
Yeah.
Ridiculous mashup, but it worked. Team Hell No. Motor
I
City
had
Machine Guns.
I had FTR on mine.
FTR, yeah.
FTR, the best friends. I really loved that Orange Cassidy, Trent Beretta, and Chuck Taylor
Yeah.
in AEW.
Yeah.
They were great. His mom drove him to the ring in the van. That was great.
That was great. Yeah. That was great. I
Oh
had
man,
I had Too Cool on here as an honorable mention. I had Lay Cool. Shout out to Michelle McCool. Lay Cool was great. That was a good
I
time.
remember that. And Layla,
Yeah.
yeah,
Lay Cool was fun. I could have made a tag team between Trish and Mickey, but that's such a heated rivalry that they were never a tag team. So it wouldn't make sense to have them on here. But that's a missed opportunity. Other than that, I think I
I
put the
like
US.
to get back on Chris's list, bounce off his list. I like the new LAX, Santana and Ortiz.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah,
had
yeah.
them as honorable mention on my list.
Yeah. The
I
OG
mentioned Eddie,
LAX.
yeah, and then I mentioned Eddie and Booker, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't
Yeah,
know
and
if you
that part of those SmackDown tag teams.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Booker had so many great tag teams, it's ridiculous. Goldust, yeah, the Goldust one is in my top.
that was great.
Yeah, obviously I mentioned Harlem Heat.
Yep. Los
Other than
Guerreros I had on mine. I had American Alpha, which I was surprised Chris actually mentioned on his list. Yeah.
yeah, like I said, Chris is big into wrestling, so he's well versed into that world. As far as tag teams, he is. I think he said it took him a while, but he did a great job. I think. Yeah, I mentioned
Yeah.
Motor City Machine Guns. I think it's called Prime Time from TNA early on. They were a trio. It was Loki.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know who I'm talking about, right? Yeah, it was three
Yeah.
guys.
Prime time.
Yeah, Prime
Wasn't
Time.
our truth there? Or he was Killings?
Yeah, Ron Killings early on, but I don't remember him as a tag team. Oh, Three Live Crew. I forgot about them. Jesus Christ. Early on in TNA, it
Yeah.
was the Road Dog, Conan, and R Truth.
If I remember, yeah.
Three Live Crew. Yeah, I have them on
Yeah.
here. I'm looking at them right now. Jesus Christ. Should have been on
Yeah.
my list. That was a classic gimmick. And then
I
other
like the
than
Rascals later on in
the
Impact.
Rascals, yeah.
they broke them up recently, and I was like, come on. They didn't
Yeah,
even really have a shot with you guys in WWE.
yeah,
They brought
yeah.
them together in WWE. I was so excited. And then they made them turn against each other. And I'm like, already? They just
Already.
got here.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, man.
I mentioned Beer Money from
Yeah.
TNA.
Yep. Rick Rude and
TNA.
James Storm.
America's
Cowboy.
Most Wanted. Yep. Which is James Storm and Chris Harris. That was before Beer Money.
I think
Not James
so.
Storm. Yeah, not James Storm. And then, or not James Storm, Jesus Christ, not Bobby Roode. Bobby Roode was in Team Canada. I forgot to mention him in that angle too.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then I had the Usos on here. They weren't gonna make my list, but Jimmy and Jay are doing their thing.
Dude, Usos versus New Day a few years back. That
The
was
New Day's
solid
also on my
match.
New Day's also on my
Dude,
list. I forgot about them too.
that was like the biggest middle finger to Vince. You don't like tag team? This is what we can do.
Yeah.
That was great because he was
And
still in charge.
it's crazy because those are Rikishi's boys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But they're doing their thing, especially Jay. Jay's like a main eventer almost at this point, isn't he?
He's an Intercontinental Champion. Yeah.
Yeah.
After the Bloodline stuff,
The bloodline thing, yeah.
Yeah.
The bloodline thing. Yeah, I had them on here. I mentioned the Wild
You,
Samoans.
you know who else we missed? And I missed him because I was not watching it at the time, thanks to Brock breaking the streak and turning me off to wrestling. The Shield. We missed them.
Yeah. Three big names, right? Roman Reigns,
Dean Ambrose,
Seth, Dean
John,
Ambrose,
aka John Moxley, and Seth
and Seth
freaking
Rollins.
Rollins. I got his autograph. You want to talk about autographs? I got him. I got John Cena. I got CM Punk.
I have seen that, and I've met CM Punk too. Nice guy. He's really into music, so I respect that. And he's from Chicago, so that there's that.
Yeah,
I had the Rockers on here. That was my other one. That's Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty.
Marty
Little
Jannetty.
a little before my time, but Kenny would kill me if I didn't mention them.
Yeah.
And other than that was the Twin Towers. That was Akeem and Big Boss Man in the 80s.
Okay. You know who I liked? The the two. I forgot what they called themselves. The models. From the freaking 80s. What is his name? You know who I'm talking about? The two model wrestlers.
Yeah, Rick
Uh,
Rude and
no.
no, not Rick Rude.
Um, what's his name?
I had the Bushwhackers on here were just for gimmick
Did you?
purposes.
um, the Nasty Boys, right?
Oh, the Nasty Boys. Yep,
People like them.
the Nasty
No, these
Boys
guys. It was there were two model wrestlers. They were like they were supposed to be models.
from the 80s. I forgot their names.
Yeah, you know what I'm
Was
talking
it?
about, though.
Is it the Rougeau brothers? No.
No, not the Rougeau brothers. They were good too, though. Dino Bravo.
Yeah.
Um, what's dang it? Uh, they're in the WWE 2K games as legends too. Um, what's their name? Can't even think, dude.
Oh my God. In the 80s.
Yeah, like early the couple. They were in the first couple WrestleManias, the first four. Uh,
Are you talking about Ricky? No, not Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Jesus Christ.
no, Rick Martel.
Rick Mart. Oh yeah, Rick Martel
Yeah,
and yeah. Yep.
yeah. Rick
Yep.
Martel and his other partner, I forget his name too, but they were models.
Yep.
They were the original. These guys that they're trying to do it now. Pretty Deadly.
Pretty deadly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, you guys are trying to do the Rick Martel and what's his name thing.
They're trying to do the Billy and Chuck thing too, which is funny.
Yeah, yeah, that was great though.
One modern day one I forgot to mention was The Miz and John Morrison.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Oh, dude, I forgot to mention Eminem. I really liked them. Joey
Eminem,
Mercury. Yeah, Joey Mercury,
Joey
Melina.
Mercury, Melina, and I forget the guy with the N. What the hell is his name?
Johnny Nitro.
Johnny Nitro. There you go. Yep.
Yeah,
Johnny
he was
Nitro.
Jim Morrison.
Yeah, Jim Morrison. Yep. John Morrison. Miz and John Morrison. Miz is underrated. I have a newfound appreciation for him. But yeah, that was all the honorable mentions I had. So I don't know if you want to throw any others, or is that all you got?
No, I think we covered them all actually.
That's all you covered them?
I believe so. I mean, you mentioned the Hollies earlier, right?
Yeah,
Crash
hardcore
and
and crash, yeah. Oh, here's a couple more. And these I'm gonna end it with these last two. Hurricane and Hurricane and Rosie.
yeah,
And then you had 3 minute warning, which was Rosie before he aligned himself with Hurricane.
became Umaga
Jamon
after.
Rosie. Yeah.
Yeah,
So Umaga
they
before
beat
Umaga.
Billy and Chuck.
They
I did
beat
not
this.
like that.
Yeah, no.
I did not enjoy
I
that.
did not like that either. They weren't gonna make my list because Billy and Chuck is so goated. But I had to mention them because Rosie and Umaga are no longer around, which is crazy.
Yeah,
They're both dead. That's wild to me. The British Bulldogs, and that's
yeah.
pretty
Oh, yeah. The British Bulldogs, Dynamite Kid.
Dynamite Kid. Yep, Dynamite Kid and Davy Boy Smith, the British
Yep.
Bulldog. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. The Headbangers. That was the other one I had, and I
Hmm.
think that was it.
I think we got them all.
Yeah, I got them all already. So, Kenny, if you're listening, hopefully that satisfies your fancy. But for everyone else listening, thank you for listening to us ramble. I want to thank Christian first off, if he's still listening or if he's listening to the end. Thank you for joining us, brother. And of course, thank you to Luis for joining me for the very first time. Real good friend of mine. Like I said, we go way back to high school. It was a fun time. Again, Luis, thank you for joining me on this long episode on kind of a short notice, but at the same time, it was a long week's notice.
Yeah.
We've
Thanks
been
for
talking.
having me, man.
No, of course, we've been talking about doing this at some point, and I definitely want to revisit my favorite singles wrestlers because, as much as I love doing it with Kenny, stuff keeps changing, stuff keeps popping up that I might want to talk about at some point. This won't be the last wrestling episode I do, or that
Hmm.
Kenny and I do. So, for anyone who's listening, I guess future episodes to come. This has nothing to do with wrestling, by the way. So we're gonna do. Kenny might do his year end episode. He's gonna do that on his own before the new year. We still have to do NoFX Part 2, and then I want to do an episode regarding. Well, I want to do more wrestling stuff, and then Christian mentioned anime. Kenny wants nothing to do with that, so I might do that on my own. It might do that with you guys. So I definitely would love to have you back on, Luis, in the future, whether it's wrestling, whether it's anime, whatever you want to talk about, shoot the shit about, whatever.
Sure. I'm in.
Whatever you want to do, whether it's movies, whether it's video games, whether it's what you're playing right now or something. I don't know. We'll do that some other time.
For sure.
But again, thank you for having me. Great list. It was a fun time. Thank you for being on the show, brother.
Thanks for having me, man.
No, of course, absolutely. And for everyone listening, for Kenny, for Christian, for Luis, and myself, this is us signing off. Take care, everyone, and have a great night.